Good morning. Is the court reporter ready?
Good morning, I am ready.
Thank you. Welcome back. It's Thursday, September 5th, 9 a.m. This is the Public Service Company of Colorado Gas rate case, and we're back on the record. We have a couple of preliminary matters, but let's see if the parties have any preliminary matters before we jump back to Mr. Berman's redirect. Ms. Brahma, any preliminary matters?
Good morning, Chair Blank Commissioners. We do have a preliminary matter, and I have asked staff to also join me. I think we're pleased to report we're able to maybe bring a little more clarity on an area that's where staff and the company may be closer to agreement than maybe we understood coming into the hearing. And we thought it may be helpful to the commissioners to kind of identify that as a preliminary matter and then confirm it briefly through testimony for staff and the company. So I can get into that now. If there are other, more straightforward logistical matters you prefer to handle first, that would also be fine.
No, anything that reduces cross-examination is welcome. So.
So after the discussion with Mr. Berman yesterday with respect to staff witness Rivera Lugo's proposals related to the calculation of depreciation rates and net salvage going forward. So this is leaving aside the proposal with respect to the $15 million amortization of a regulatory asset that is still, as it has been discussed. We have, I think, reached a better understanding that staff is proposing that the issue of how to calculate net salvage or any other changes to depreciation rates are best addressed in a depreciation study, and the company agrees with that. And so staff and the company have also been able to talk a little bit about having some further conversation outside of the hearing about how the company can address staff's issues in the depreciation study and present some kind of an analysis that meets their needs within, the available data and the other qualifications Mr. Berman provided. And so our proposal is to just put that in the record that between with Mr. Berman, I'll just ask him a couple quick questions to confirm that. We'll do the same with Ms. O'Neill. Assuming that all goes as we expect, the company will also waive cross of Mr. Rivera Lugo.
Perfect. Anything you'd add, Ms. McLaughlin?
Nope, that was a great summary of everything, and I agree with what Ms. Brahma said.
All right. Ms. Brahma, any other preliminary matters?
Yes. Yes, Your Honor. We do have one quick issue with respect to the order of witnesses for today. And in particular, we have had a witness, and I'm not going to go into details for reasons you'll understand, but we've had a witness who's dealing with a family end-of-life issue. And so we need to rearrange our witnesses a little bit in order to accommodate that. And also we had some other date certains that were previously identified. So we anticipate finishing this morning with Mr. Berman. And then the next witness would be Mr. Gardner, as we discussed yesterday. From there would be Mr. Moeller, which also is, in the order of the list as we identified it.
Mr. Davidson, you're unmuted. If you can mute.
Likely. Hopefully. God willing, and the creek don't rise, right? Yep.
There we go.
So we'll, in short, we'll be skipping Ms. Gilliland for right now, Mr. Gardner, and then Mr. Moeller, depending on, and then Ms. Scheller. And then after that would be Mr. Johnson or Ms. Bulkley, depending on how far we get during the day today.
All right. So we're just going to take Ms. Gilliland later.
That's the main issue. And Ms. Scheller will be a little earlier, and then Mr. Johnson and Ms. Bulkley may reverse order depending on their planes and things like that.
Yeah, no problem. That all works. Anything else?
I think that's all from the company's perspective. Thank you.
Ms. Singer Nelson, preliminary matters.
Good morning.
there's only one issue that UCA discovered that one of our witnesses exhibits, the exhibit to Corey Skluzak's answer testimony was incomplete. And Mr. Chairman, it's up to you as to when we actually switch out that exhibit. I can do it with the witness that we intend to address the exhibit with, or I can do it now. To you.
Now, if you could please do it with the witness later, and just let the parties know what you're doing, so it's
Okay.
unopposed.
Great,
That'd be
thank
great.
you. That's all.
Mr. Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, commissioners. I just wanted to see what the plan is for Mayor Graham's testimony. I know it was part of Exhibit 1000. I don't think there's any cross, but I think Commissioner Gilman wanted to think overnight about any potential cross she might have for the non-public service company witnesses, and that included Mayor Graham. And I just want to check and see if there's no cross, if she could be excused.
Yeah, so Commissioner Gilman, I think there were 4 witnesses, Ms. Ramos, Ms. Marcella, Mayor Graham, and the UCA witness, Kuykendall. Do you have questions for those witnesses?
Thank you for giving me extra time. I do not.
All right, so we can excuse Ms. Ramos, Ms. Marcella, Mayor Graham, and I don't know, Mr. or Ms. Kuykendall. So does that give you what you need, Mr. Davidson?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And just
I don't know if Commissioner Plant weighed in on them because I kind of jumped the gun yesterday and
maybe
wasn't ready.
I apologize, Commissioner
Yeah,
Plant.
fine, Commissioner Gilman. No, yeah, it's fine. I don't have any questions.
All right. So those 4 witnesses can be excused.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davidson. Any other preliminary matters from the party? So I had 2 issues. One on the first on scheduling. It sounds like given commissioner and other schedules, we're going to break a little early today at 4:30, and even earlier tomorrow at 3:30. And on Monday, I may need I'm sorry, on Tuesday, I may need Commissioner Gilman to run the hearing for an hour or 2 in the afternoon. So that's one issue. Ms. Brahma, I had a second issue for you guys. I had a line of questions for Mr. Gardner, trying to compare 2023 and 2022 capital spending with what happened in the prior gas rate case. And I'm all twisted up about capital additions versus capital spending, and pretty much not able to get an apples to apples comparison. And I was just wondering if the company would be willing to just provide information on capital spending from 2017 to 2023. Let us know where you're finding that spending. And then to the extent you can, by category. I get it may not be completely consistent across time. And if you can include shared corporate services and IT investments that get allocated to the gas business, that would be helpful. So I guess I can ask Commissioner Plant and Commissioner Gilman if they'd support it, but do you have any objection to providing that information? There's another vote. Would you be willing to provide that information instead of me trying to bumble around through the record in the prior rate case to try and pull that together?
I think that would be fine. Chair Blank, the one question I want to make sure I clarify though is we're talking about money spent each year, not amounts placed in service each year. Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's like a more sense. I mean, I didn't understand the difference between capital additions and capital spending until yesterday. And as I think Mr. Berman pointed out, the additions are lumpy depending on the timing of the rate case, and the spending is a much better indication of how you're running the business. So to the extent that's true, yes.
Okay, that is helpful. And the other reason I ask is because, of course, spend can include spend on taking things out of service as well as placing things into service, because it costs money to retire items as well as to place them in service. So that is also part of what shows up in spend.
I'd welcome to see that too.
Okay.
Commissioner Plant, it sounded like you were okay with that. Would you add anything to that, or
Nope, that sounds good.
Commissioner Gilman?
Yeah, probably the only thing I would add, that does sound like helpful information to me. And I likely have a couple questions for Mr. Garner with response to that. You know, we've asked in supplemental direct for that comparison of SSI expenditures, which look to increase fairly dramatically. And his testimony indicated that a lot of what was going on was essentially a recategorization or a different categorization. So to the extent when you're doing that exercise, you can try to normalize the categories or indicate what is moving from one to another. That also just makes it very difficult to track the expenses from year to year.
I am happy to see what is possible to do in that regard. I'm not sure if it's something that can be done in the space of a hearing. Because it's not an easy thing to necessarily categorize. It's not an automated just spit out a spreadsheet. But I'm speaking not knowing exactly what's possible. I just want to add that caution. But we're happy
Just to point out that's part of
Yeah.
the struggle.
But
is
commercially reasonable
being able to
efforts.
compare.
Commercially reasonable efforts, given the timing, Ms. Brahma. And if you could just, whenever you get it, if you could put it into the record, and we can see if we need a witness, that maybe one of your ending witnesses can sponsor it. You know, but I leave that to you. But I think that would be really helpful, and it would save time on my questioning, which I just couldn't get my act together to get underneath it. So
we will do what we can. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Gilman?
When like decommissioning shows up in there, that will be its own category, I guess.
In terms of, well, when we're talking about spend, again, I'm going to get out over my skis very fast here because I'm not the one working with the data. It's just that spend is spend, and maybe Mr. Berman can speak to this a little bit better than I can. I'm happy to ask him a question or have him just speak informally at the moment. But I'm not sure that it's going to be broken out exactly that way. So maybe I'll phone a friend here and ask Mr. Berman to weigh in.
I figured I'd pop one to see if it was appropriate for me to help a little bit here. I say let us see what we can pull together. Certainly we can pull something together. I know for a fact we can easily pull together capital spend. It's the category breakouts that might get a little more challenging because those have changed over time with the GIP rules. We certainly can show you, Chair Blank, to your question, like total gas capital spend each year, how much of that was IT and the allocated costs. The categories is where I'm concerned it might take a little more time, especially per Commissioner Gilman's comment that they've changed, and trying to backcast them or forwardcast the old categories is where you get into difficulty. So certainly we can provide something with respect to the retirements. Those typically just get lumped into the category. So if something in a particular category is retiring, it just nets out of the total. So I don't know that they're going to be discreetly identified in a way you can track them.
All right. Well,
But
we recognize this is adhering and just appreciate whatever you can do. So thank you. I think you're back. So Ms. Brahma, you want to finish up your redirect of Mr. Berman?
Yes, we'll do that. Mr. Berman, thank you for both helping me out and being here to continue talking with us today. I'd like to start with the preliminary matter that we addressed first thing this morning. Did you hear the discussion I had and Ms. McLaughlin had with the commissioners regarding the management of questions around the future calculation of depreciation rates and costs of removal?
Yes.
And are you able to confirm that the company and staff have reached an understanding that both believe that the calculation of ongoing depreciation rates and accounting for salvage and net salvage are best addressed in the upcoming depreciation study?
Yes, we have.
And will the company then work with staff to figure out how to provide an analysis that both meets staff needs within the data availability and the realm of what's possible?
Yeah, we will certainly meet with staff and seek to incorporate as much of staff's requested analysis as possible into the forthcoming depreciation study. And then I would just say, not knowing exactly all of the things that staff would like the company to look at and the timing of that, if staff and the company agree that there's a need for additional time, we would petition the commission for a variance from the 6 months at that time and ask for additional time to provide that information. But we haven't made that determination yet. So we're going to keep moving towards the 6-month deadline and have those discussions with staff to ensure that we get everything in there that they're looking for.
And if you were to need additional time, is that something that you'd be asking the commission to decide in this particular rate case?
No, it's my understanding that 6 months was ordered in the last rate case, so we would seek a variance to the decision in the last rate case and make a filing with the commission to seek that.
I'm just going to ask you to confirm, does that cover the extent of your understanding of the agreement with staff, Mr. Berman?
Yeah, and just that the company and staff are aligned that we're not seeking the commission to make any changes either to the revenue requirement related to net salvage and depreciation rate issues or to the company's accounting for those coming out of this proceeding until we get into the depreciation proceeding.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Berman. There was one other kind of follow-up item from yesterday that I think may be helpful is a question from the commissioners about whether franchise agreements for the company speak to whether the company must remove infrastructure versus retiring it in place at the time of decommissioning an asset. Were you able to look into that at all?
Yes, and Mr. Gardner also can speak to this a little more because his team does the actual work in compliance with the franchise agreements, but it's my understanding that as a general matter, franchise agreements don't have a requirement around whether the assets are actually removed or left in place when they're retired.
And to the extent the company has historically removed only a very small portion of total infrastructure, and that by removed, I mean physically removed, do you know if that history would be reflected in a decommissioning or depreciation study?
There's assumptions made based on how the company has historically treated that. So the fact that the company has historically physically removed very little would be reflected in those assumptions and how the depreciation study treats the rates for that.
Okay. And just one other item to circle back on in the same vein. There was a brief discussion about inflation assumptions embedded in calculations of cost of removal. Do you know if current decommissioning costs or costs of removal include future inflation?
As a general matter, it's my understanding that the inflation that's included doesn't take into account all of the future inflation through the retirement of an asset. So if it's placed in service today, 60 years worth to retire it in 60 years. But Mr. Mueller could certainly speak to the details around that better than I can.
Thank you. So switching gears, let's go back to staff and UCA's questions yesterday about year-end versus 13-month average rate base. Just like to run through a few items very quickly. Do you recall council asking you whether the commission ordered a 13-month average rate base in the 2015 and 2017 rate cases?
I do.
And is there a place in the record where the company has cataloged the history of year-end versus 13-month average rate base going back some 50 years.
Yeah, Mr. Freitas's testimony has discussed that, particularly, I think, his rebuttal testimony.
And I can pull it up if needed, but rather than doing that, to your knowledge, outside of settled cases and those 2015 and 2017 orders, is there any other gas case where the commission has ordered a 13-month average rate base in a litigated proceeding?
No, I think Mr. Freitas's analysis goes back a few decades and shows numerous year-end rate-based decisions.
Was there anything different about the 2015 and 2017 cases compared to others where year-end average rate base was ordered?
Yeah, I think one of the primary drivers in the rate-based decision in those cases related to the existence of the PSIA, and certainly I believe it was even the 17 case where the ALJ cited the PSIA as one of the factors for not approving a future test year that the company requested. So the fact that the PSIA allowed for current recovery of a large portion of the company's assets during those years somewhat offset the regulatory lag that was experienced from the average rate base. So certainly that was a factor.
Okay. There was also some questions about how quickly the company is back with a rate case following the 2022 gas rate case, which was based on a 2021 test year with year-end rate base. Can you remind us, what was the company's proposal in that rate case?
In that rate case, the company proposed, I believe, a 2022 test year and then capital steps for 2023 and 2024.
And to the questions about how forward-looking test years might help avoid rate cases, can you maybe address that using that last case as an example?
Sure. And the example of that case, had the commission approve the capital steps, the company wouldn't be seeking recovery for anything before 2025, given that those we were agreeing in that case that those steps would be representative enough to set rates for the 2023 and 2024 periods. So it essentially likely would have kept the company out of a rate case longer.
Okay. Ms. McLaughlin also asked you some questions in relation to the 13-month average rate base issue about how O&M and revenue are based on multiple points in time as a comparison to rate base. Do you recall that discussion?
I do.
Does the difference between O&M and revenues versus rate base have anything to do with the difference between a balance sheet and income statement?
Yes, O&M and revenues are things you would typically find on the income statement, and rate base is really reflective of the balance sheet, which is more of a point in time look. You would always look at a balance sheet as of a certain date, and you would look at an income statement for a 12-month period, typically a calendar year.
And so just to be clear, rate base is on the balance sheet and O&M and revenues are on an income statement. Is that fair?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. And can you just address why does this matter to the company so much in light of those questions about the revenue versus any other reasons why this might matter to the company?
Yeah, I think, and particularly with Chair Blank's question this morning around spend versus additions is relevant to this discussion of rate-based convention. And I just want to be clear in the record that how the math works here. So from a rate-based convention standpoint, and we'll use this case as the example we're talking about, the company has proposed a 2023 calendar test year made up entirely of actual data. So in that test year, you're going to have your calendar year revenue, your calendar year expenses. But from a rate-based convention, the two rate bases conventions at issue here for the commission to make a decision is year end. And the way year end would work is you would take the entire balance sheet or asset value at December 31st of 2023. So I'll use an example of an asset that's placed in service in December. And if it's an asset that is valued at $13 million, if you place that asset in service for $13 million in December and you use a year end rate base, the company will earn on the $13 million, the entire amount that was spent to develop that asset for use by customers. If you use an average rate base, the company will earn on 1/13 of that asset, or $1 million. And that's where regulatory lag is really coming in. And that's why the decision between 13-month average And year end is really a decision about regulatory lag and how much lag to impose on the company. And the last piece I would point out is we talked yesterday about how there is still lag in the company's proposed year-end rate base. And that's because the company will not earn a return on any assets placed in service after December 31st of 2023 until we have another rate case and rates become effective from that rate case. So all of that will stay on a lag until the next case. And in this case, what we're really looking at is where we value that rate base and if we impose an additional 6 months of lag.
Okay, thank you. Turning to staff's questions about the revenue deferral mechanism the company has proposed in this case, excuse me. First, you discussed how a WACC return on the deferred portion of revenue would make the company whole financially in the sense that would make up for the time value of money. Is that a fair characterization of your discussion?
It is.
Would the company experience any impacts as a result of the cash flow not coming in the door, if you will, during the deferral period?
Yeah, we would. So certainly if the rates were effective in November, we would begin to collect the dollars and have that cash flow. And if we defer that, we will not be collecting those until further out. So we would defer beginning collecting those until February and then collect them over 12 months, which again, the reason why the company can do things like this is because we do have a strong financial position, and that's part of the discussion here when we talk about why it's important to continue to ensure that the company remains in that position. It allows us to bring forward these types of proposals for customers to defer revenue or to, for instance, spread out Storm Uri costs over 24 and 36 months that the company has already put the cash out the door for.
And why does it matter that the company doesn't have the cash if it's earning a WACC return?
Cash flow is certainly a metric that both the rating agencies look at and just operating the company and having the cash in the door to be able to spend on the things the company is purchasing, whether it be capital or O&M.
Now, Ms. McLaughlin also asked you about the settlement in the company's 2020 gas rate case where the company agreed to forego a return on the deferred revenues into average rate base. Do you recall that?
I do.
Could we pull up hearing exhibit 412, please? And to page 25. So taking a look just very briefly, Mr. Berman, at paragraphs 1 and 2 on page 25 here. Can you just summarize your understanding of what this is saying with respect to the settlement?
Sure. Just simply saying that the positions taken in the settlement are not precedential, and there's give and take in every settlement. And so, the fact that the company would agree to do something within a settlement was probably part of the give for something else the company was looking for in the settlement. So not surprising to see something in a settlement not be consistent with a position that a party would take outside of a settlement.
Thank you. We can take down this exhibit. Mr. Berman, I'd like to talk briefly about the differentiated ROE proposal that staff has made to apply a lower, as low as 3% ROE to certain types of company assets. Do you recall that conversation with staff?
Yes.
Now, regarding your questions from staff and UCA regarding the policy behind the differentiated ROE proposal and in general in investment in gas assets, in your view, is it inconsistent with state policy to continue to make investments in the gas system?
No, I don't think it is. In fact, I think it was I was surprised to kind of hear that assertion yesterday, in that when we looked at the commission's own mission statement, it spoke to ensuring the utilities providing safe and reliable service, and there's necessarily a cost to do that. And so investment for the customers that we serve today is going to be necessary in order to continue to provide that service. And I don't think that's inconsistent with continuing to advance state decarbonization goals.
Okay. Now, do you recall that staff asked you about your actual earned ROE of 7.81% in 2023 and noted that staff's proposed ROE with respect to certain company assets was 7.71%? Do you remember that comparison?
I do.
If you were awarded an ROE of 7.71% on all or a portion of the company's in-service assets in this proceeding, would you likely earn 7.71%?
No, especially not given the discussion we've just had about the historic test year and the rate base convention, and especially not if a 13-month average was approved for use in that test year. What we've seen is that in that construct, the company's typically earning about 100 basis points below whatever ROE is authorized on day one when those rates are effective.
Okay. And so in terms of comparison, the earned ROE of 7.81% should be more properly compared to what from that time frame?
I mean, so that earned ROE is probably comparable to something in the range of a 9.2 or a 9.3 authorized ROE. And that's exactly the discussion, or exactly the point I was just making, is that because of the regulatory lag, the company's earning significantly less than the authorized.
Okay. Now, you also discussed with staff the potential calculation of a consolidated ROE versus calculating an ROE on certain assets and a different ROE on other assets. Do you recall that discussion?
I do.
Regardless of the method of calculation of the ROE separately for certain assets or on an aggregated basis, what ROE would the commission effectively be authorizing as the company experienced it?
Regardless of that calculation, when you look at the total rate base, it's going to result in a lower return on the rate base. And I think that's partially why staff did the calculation the way they did in their revenue requirement and ultimately applied a lower ROE to all of rate base.
Okay. Could we please pull up hearing exhibit 100 attachment SPB 2? I'm sorry, 101, apologies, not 100. Okay, Mr. Berman, do you recall that you had a conversation with UCA counsel regarding this particular attachment and the multiple line items on it?
I do.
Can you just identify, first of all, why are there multiple lines of costs on this document instead of just a single number?
These represent the different costs that a customer would see on their bill. So their base rate costs, there's a separate bill line for the DSMCA, and then there's a separate bill line for the GCA for the fuel costs.
And do these represent real costs the company is experiencing?
Yes, they do.
When we're talking about, I'll strike that, we'll move on from here. Could we please turn to hearing exhibit 100 now, attachment 1?
Just give me a second for that one.
Okay, do you recall discussing this attachment with counsel for UCA yesterday?
I do.
And you had some discussion, if we could scroll down just a little bit so we can see a little bit more of the table. this 31% was discussed.
Correct.
Could you please just explain what does the 31% represent?
The 31% represents the amount that we have to set a GRSA at in order to collect the deficiency that the company's brought forward, or that $169 million in this rate case. It's not representative of a bill impact or a revenue impact. We looked at those separately on the other documents, where I believe the last document, the revenue impact was about 11%. The residential bill impact here in this case is about 9.5. This 31 is higher just by virtue of the math that's necessary to set that rate to collect the dollars.
And speaking of either the 31% or the overall bill impact, do those numbers represent entirely new revenue to the company? Or has some of that been discussed in prior proceedings, deferrals, et cetera?
Oh, certainly some of those items that are built into the test year and the deficiency are amortizations of prior deferrals and other things that have been discussed in other proceedings.
Okay. Ms. Federico, I apologize. I'm going to ask you, we're going to come back to this in a moment, but I'm going to ask you to first bring up hearing exhibit 137 from the company's box folder. While that's happening, perhaps Mr. Berman, I can just ask you, do you also recall a conversation with UCA counsel regarding the backup for the company's rate trend report in that hearing exhibit 100?
I do.
And she asked whether the company provided information on a per therm basis. Do you recall that?
I do.
Can you tell me, do you recognize what on the screen here has been marked as hearing exhibit 137?
Yeah, I believe that this is the rate trend report that exists publicly on the company's website.
When you say on the company's website, do you mean on the xlenergy.com website where any member of the public could access it should they want to?
Yes,
And this provides the backup for the company's rate trend report?
it does. And this is updated every time there is a new rate trend report filed in compliance with the rules set forth on those reports.
The company would move admission of hearing exhibit 137.
Any objection?
No
Chairman?
objection.
Thanks. So moved.
So if we could please go back to hearing exhibit 100 attachment 1 and scroll to the next page, please. I think we have to keep going to the first graph, which may have been on page 3. Okay, there we are. Thank you. Mr. Berman, I'd like to ask you a few questions about this particular graph to put some maybe more proper context around it. First of all, the largest chunk of color, if you will, on this graph is the light blue that represents the gas cost adjustment. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And to what extent is the gas cost adjustment at issue in this base rate case?
It's not. This base rate case is about the base rate costs and not fuel costs.
Okay. And along those same lines, the brown color that says extraordinary gas cost recovery rider, what is that?
That is the spreading out of gas costs that were experienced during Storm Uri that were approved for collection, I believe, over 32 months for gas purposes, and those roll off in February of 2025.
And will those costs roll off in February of 25 regardless of the revenue deferral mechanism the company proposed?
Yes, they will.
Okay. And how do the gray and yellow colors here on this chart relate to each other, if you will?
Yeah, we talked a little bit about this yesterday. The gray is base rate usage charges. So that's the per therm charges we talked about. And the yellow are GRSA, which is what the mechanism we use in between phase 2 rate cases where we actually change the therm rates. So you, as we talked about yesterday, you kind of have to look at those two in tandem to understand all of the portion that's coming from base rates just because of the virtue of the mechanics of how that GRSA works in between phase two cases.
Okay, and then maybe one other piece of context here. The yellow costs associated with the GRSA from roughly February of 21 through late 2022. Can you explain why those are lumpy and why there's a rather significant increase on the back end of those costs?
Yeah, that was where the company did use the rate deferral surcharge mechanism in the past. And so because of that, which was also collected through a GRSA-like mechanism. So because we deferred the revenue for certain periods of time and we only collected that rate deferral surcharge in the shoulder months, that's why there's those spikes and there are certain months where it's basically zero.
And did that deferral benefit the company?
No, it did not. As we looked at in the settlement agreement, that the company didn't earn a return on that deferral, and it did have the cash flow impacts we talked about earlier.
Okay, and why did the company propose a deferral at all in that case and then in this case?
That case was really that deferral was driven coming out of COVID and just the environment that our customers were experiencing at that time. And so as part of that settlement, the company had brought that proposal forward and ultimately settled to implement it with no return.
Okay. And one other piece here. So we've talked a little bit about the yellow, gray, and blue kind of all relating, as the blue is the service and facility charge, all sort of relating to base rates, right? Just as a fundamental.
Yes.
Okay. And then one other piece that was not talked about at all in this discussion yesterday was the green. Can you please explain what that is?
Yeah, that's the PSIA, which was in place for a number of years. You can see basically from the beginning of this chart up until about 2022 when it was rolled into base rates. So really you would to get an apples and apples comparison to the far right side of this chart, you would want to layer that green on top of the prior periods.
And how does that then affect what the company is asking for in terms of base rates in this case versus prior cases where the PSIA was one proceeding and base rates were another proceeding?
Yeah, all of the investments that were recovered under the PSIA in the past are now shifted into base rates. So those continued safety investments that were recovered through the rider are now just part of the request here in base rates.
And what might what is the what might be the perceived impact of doing that, of rolling those PSIA costs into base rates?
Well, for one, as we talked about before, the rider offered a more current recovery of those costs. And so that is now no longer in existence. And those costs are in to be treated for recovery purposes the same way as all other base rate costs, which with the HTY will incur a regulatory lag. And I guess the only other thing would really be simplifying to not have multiple mechanisms under which you're recovering those costs, which are now in base rates.
Okay, and just to wrap this up and kind of put some more complete context on all of it, can you please summarize how to look at this sort of rate trend report from a base rate perspective for purposes of this proceeding?
Yeah, so like as I said before, I think you've got to look at the blue, the gray, the yellow, and the green historically as all being equivalent to the items that are currently in just the gray and blue at the right edge of this chart. Those things which had been recovered in other mechanisms are now all recovered in base rates.
And then lastly, do you expect for the light blue, which is not part of this case, the gas commodity costs, are those costs continuing any particular trend at this time?
Those costs have been declining. I mean, those are clearly looking at this chart. That's the most volatile piece of rates, and it is it's the largest piece of our customers' bills. And you know, if you shave off kind of that peak there in 2022, when we all know we experienced high gas prices, this looks a lot more normalized. And as a result of that peak, the company has engaged with the commission and done a number of things to try to decrease the volatility of those costs in the future with our gas price risk mitigation plans, our continued gas price volatility plans, and currently engaging in a GCA PIM rulemaking.
Thank you, Mr. Berman. That's all I have.
Thank you. Would you like to call your next witness?
Yes, Chair Blank. Ms. Samard Pacheco is going to take over for me, but we'll be calling Mr. Gardner. We just need a moment to transition, please.
Yep. Mr. Gardner, can you hold up your right hand? And can you come off mute? Yeah, there you go. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You can put your hand down. Is anybody in the room with you or communicating with you in any way?
They are not.
If that changes, you'll let us know.
Absolutely.
Back to you, Ms. Samard Pacheco.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay, Chair?
We can.
Great. For the record, my name's Tana Samard Pacheco. I'm counsel for public service. Good morning, Mr. Gardner.
Good morning.
As we were transitioning, I didn't catch whether you stated and spelled your name for the record.
I have not, but I can do that now.
Okay, if you could, please.
Raygardner. Ray Gardner.
Thank you. By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
Public service company in Colorado. I am the area vice president of gas engineering.
And for purposes of this matter, did you prepare hearing exhibit 105 Rev 1 as your direct testimony?
Yes, I did.
And did you also prepare hearing exhibit 120 as your supplemental direct testimony?
Yes, I did.
And finally, hearing exhibit 128 as your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, I did.
As Mr. Gardner's testimony has been admitted into evidence, he's now available for cross-examination.
I think the PUC is up. I got 20 minutes, Ms. McLaughlin.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Gardner. My name is Katie McLaughlin, and I represent trial staff in this matter. I have a few questions for you today, and it's going to touch on two overarching topics. So first, I want to talk to you about the Questar supply project. And I want to pull up a figure to just help this discussion get off. Will you please pull up the direct testimony of company witness Gardner? That's hearing exhibit 105. And we're going to look at page 71, please. Now, thank you. Looking at this map, Mr. Gardner, the Questar pipeline and the Rifle processing plant are located in direct geographic proximity to one another, right?
Roughly speaking, yes. Yeah.
Okay. We can go ahead and take this exhibit down. Thank you so much. Now, the company and Rocky Mountain Natural Gas jointly own and operate the Rifle processing plant, correct?
That is correct.
And they share capital additions equally amongst themselves.
No, that's not correct.
They don't share capital additions amongst themselves?
We do, but it's not a perfectly even split. The capital additions are split based on each company's usage of the asset.
Okay, but there is a split between the two.
Correct. There is a split, but it's not a perfectly even 50-50 split.
Okay. Now, have the allocations of costs between Rocky Mountain Natural Gas and the company always been accurate?
I'm not sure I understand can you state that again? I'm not sure I understand the question.
Yeah, absolutely. Has PSCO been able to accurately determine the split between Rocky Mountain Natural Gas and the company in every circumstance?
I think when you say every, that's a bold statement, but to my understanding, yes.
But in this proceeding, wasn't there an error in the company accurately reflecting the capital addition split between the company and Rocky Mountain Natural Gas?
There was in my testimony, yes.
Okay, so is it possible that there's some errors between the allocation of costs between Rocky Mountain Natural Gas and the company?
Well, I think you're inferring that an error in the way that we allocated costs in my testimony would translate to an error in how we allocate costs directly with Rocky, which I'm not sure it's not really an apples to apples comparison. And I don't think that's completely fair, but I think in any business relationship, there's always a aspect of human error that can exist just in how we go about our daily lives. So, I mean, there's always a potential for that, but it's a, commercial relationship. So we meet on a regular basis to make sure that we're sorting those things out.
And do you think that the complexity of this arrangement has the possibility to increase errors between the two companies?
I don't think I would say increase. I mean, I think this relationship has been in existence for 30 plus years. And so I don't think there's really anything that changes that, and specifically not the Questar supply project.
Okay, now focusing a little bit more on the Questar pipeline project. This pipeline has the ability to transport pipeline quality gas, right?
Not contractually, but yes, it does.
It has the ability to do that.
Correct.
Okay. And meaning pipeline ready gas is of a quality that does not need to be refined before it's transported, right?
That is correct, yes.
Whereas in contrast, all gas that is sent to the rifle plant needs to be processed before it's at a quality that can flow into a pipeline. Is that correct?
Not exactly, because the idea when you build a processing plant from an actual execution standpoint is that you want to build in the capacity to go around the plant in the case that you receive pipeline quality gas. And that's as much a safety feature as it is anything else, because if you run pipeline quality gas through a processing plant, you're running the processing plant out of design basis, meaning you would see like excessive temperatures on a heat exchanger, that type of thing. So the idea that you're building a supply point with that ability is more, is not unique to Questar, and it exists on the other supply point into the gas plant as well.
Sure. And I understand that you have to do that from an engineering perspective, but the rifle processing plant has to process gas, correct?
The purpose of the processing plant is to process gas, yes.
And like you just touched on, pipeline ready gas will flow through the Questar project. It bypasses the rifle processing plant in its entirety, right?
I
No,
object. This misstates his testimony.
Can you reframe, Ms. McLaughlin?
Sure. I'll just ask the question point blank. Does pipeline ready gas flow through the Questar project bypass the rifle processing plant?
so again, I think you're mischaracterizing here, because the Questar supply project is not required to provide pipeline quality gas. Thus why it has to be connected to the processing plant. So any supply point, there is variable of the quality of gas that's received. And so in this case, if assuming that we get wet gas through the Questar supply, it would have to go through the processing plant. If you receive pipeline quality gas, then you would want it to bypass the plant so that you don't overheat heat exchangers and operate out of design basis of your plant.
So yes, pipeline quality gas would bypass the rifle plant.
In the scenario if we were to receive pipeline quality gas through the Questar supply, yes, we would want it to bypass the processing plant in the same way that if we receive pipeline quality gas from Williams, that we would want it to bypass the plant as well.
Okay. Is it fair to say that there is generally an additional cost associated with processing gas compared to receiving pipeline-ready gas?
Yes, it does cost money to run a plant.
So in general, gas that goes through the processing step would likely be more expensive than gas that is pipeline-ready, correct?
No, not necessarily, because it depends on what your price of gas is. So I don't think you can make that characterization.
Would you agree that there are times, though, when pipeline-ready gas would be less expensive than gas that needs to be processed through a processing plant?
Maybe, maybe not. It just depends on the price of the upstream gas.
Okay. And the company sells gas from the Questar pipeline to its ratepayers, right?
Yes.
And the company has an obligation to try and acquire the least cost resources for its ratepayers.
Generally speaking, yes.
And the rifle plant is a baseload source of gas during the heating season, correct?
The gas that comes through the rifle gas plant is a baseload source during the heating season.
Did the company study whether it would remain a baseload resource after the Questar pipeline project is finished?
Yes, and I think I clearly stated that in my rebuttal testimony that the implementation of the Questar supply project doesn't change how the company would utilize the gas plant for baseload supply.
Okay. Has the company determined if there has been circumstances where the rifle plant would no longer be used as a baseload?
So for a couple of things I would say. So first, my responsibility is operating the system. So planning the system and doing future planning is held by our integrated system planning team that's led by Witness Martz. But I think when we look at by my understanding, when we look into the future, and as I stated in my rebuttal testimony, we see the processing plant as still being part of the supply portfolio from that rifle system for the foreseeable future. And the Questar project certainly doesn't change that.
Now, in your rebuttal testimony, you state that the Questar facility does not impact the capacity of the rifle plant.
Correct. The capacity of the plant is what it is, yes.
And capacity and throughput are different concepts, right?
That is true, yes.
Could it be that the Questar facility does not impact the capacity of the rifle plant, but it does affect the annual throughput?
It could, yes.
Okay. And has the company studied whether that is a possibility?
I think we've looked at it from the perspective of, yes, it could impact the total throughput, just depending on the situation, yeah.
Has the company presented that result to the commission?
No.
Okay. And is it possible that an impact on throughput would also impact the overall profit of the plant?
So if you have more throughput, then arguably you would say you have more liquid dropout, in which case potentially you could impact the profitability.
Did the company study this potential impact?
I don't think we specifically looked at the profitability of the plant, because I think from our perspective, again, the Questar supply project doesn't change the fact that we'll continue to use the plant.
Okay. Now, wouldn't it be fair to say that replacement of equipment at the rifle plant would have to happen regardless of how much gas is flowing through it?
Can you restate that again, just to make sure I understand what you're saying?
Yeah, absolutely. So regardless of how much gas is being flown through the rifle plant, the company and Rocky Mountain Natural Gas would still have to engage in equipment replacement to ensure reliability of the plant overall.
Yes, I would say that's true.
Okay. And now we briefly touched on this, but Rocky Mountain Natural Gas and the company have a joint venture agreement for the rifle processing plant, right?
Yes, that is true.
Did the joint venture agreement change between the companies after the Questar pipeline was built?
No, it did not.
And has the company's gas procurement strategies changed after the Questar pipeline has been built?
Not materially, no. I think it's important to remember that for the rifle processing plant, each company's required to source our own supply, as well as pay a proportional share based on our usage of the plant, and then subsequently receive liquids revenues based on how much we're flowing through the plant.
Understood. Do you know if or how the Questar pipeline would change Rocky Mountain Natural Gas's utilization of the rifle plant?
I think that would be a question for Rocky and not something I could speak on their behalf.
Do you know if this could possibly cause any financial harm to Rocky Mountain Natural Gas?
Again, the Questar supply is a fully wholly owned by Piesco, and for the benefit of our customers. And so I don't, again, I can't speak on Rocky's behalf of impacts to them, because from our perspective, we don't see any impact to the plant and how really any impact to them.
Do you know how Rocky Mountain Natural Gas recovers costs associated with the rifle plant from its ratepayers?
I am a Piesco employee, and I can't speak on behalf of Rocky on how they supply their gas or how they bill their customers.
Would the company be better equipped to answer these questions if given more time and analysis?
No, I don't think so, because you're asking me questions specific to Rocky Mountain Natural Gas, of which I'm not privy to the way that they conduct their business, nor do I think I should be.
Do you think that if Rocky Mountain Natural Gas and the company met to discuss these issues, you'd have a better understanding?
Not of the way that they charge their customers, none of those things. I don't think that's, I mean, again, I come back to I'm a Piesco employee, and so my responsibility is supplying gas to Piesco customers.
So you don't think that more information would help understand the situation better?
It depends on what you're referring to of situation. I guess I'm not really understanding the root of your question there, because I'm just saying, I mean, even if we meet on the rifle gas plant processing plant, which we do as joint venture partners anyway, I don't think that stands to provide me any benefit of how they bill their customers and how they go about their business, separate from the joint venture. So.
Okay. Now, Mr. Gardner, do you think that a joint study of operations would be beneficial?
Operation
of the rifle plant.
Of the rifle gas processing plant specifically. Is that what you're referring to?
Correct.
As from a high level, I understand that the commission has ordered Rocky to do that, and to the extent that it impacts us, we're happy to participate, but I can't really speak to it beyond that.
Okay. Thank you for your answers on those. Now, I have a couple questions for you on the Clarkson project. This project is occurring in 4 phases, right?
Yes, there's 4 different phases to the Clarkson work, yes.
And the initial scope of work for all 4 phases happened roughly around the same time.
Very, very high level preliminary scoping of understanding. I guess first, maybe it's helpful to understand that when we identify these, we identify a scope of work that needs to be completed, and then we're separating that into reasonably executed pieces. And I think that's what you see reflected. So if you're indicating that we identified the total broad scope at roughly the same time, then yes, I think that's fair.
And the first two phases have already been completed, right?
Yes, that is correct.
And phase one of the Clarkson project cost approximately $4.1 million, right?
Subject to check, that is my understanding.
Sure, absolutely. We could pull up your direct testimony if you would like to check.
I'm fine with it, but I think I'm just saying that that's based on my memory. So
Okay. And phase two of the Clarkson project cost approximately $5.8 million.
that sounds roughly correct, yes.
Okay. And phase three is scheduled to be in service in 2025, next year, correct?
Phase three is currently scoped to begin next year, which I would expect would hit in service of next year, yes.
Okay. Excuse me. And phase four is scheduled to begin and be in service in 2026, right?
That is the current plan, pending obviously successful completion of the prior phase, yes.
Does the company know the projected cost of the phase three for the Clarkson project?
I don't have that committed to memory. I know that we are going through estimating processes now related to that, but I don't have that committed to my memory now.
So you don't have a final estimate yet?
I do not personally know.
Okay, so it's fair to say that you have not presented an estimate to the commission either?
That is correct.
And does the company know the projected costs of the phase four for the Clarkson project?
I don't have a final estimate on it. I know that, again, similarly, we've been working through preliminary estimates, but I don't have a final estimate for that one either.
And it's also fair to say that the company has not presented that estimate to the commission?
I believe that's correct.
So what is the anticipated total cost of the Clarkson project with all four phases?
I don't know the total of all four phases combined together.
So the company is about halfway through, it's completed phase one and two. It's got two more to go. It's roughly spent about 10 million, but it has not provided the commission with an estimate of the entire cost of the project, right?
I don't believe that we've provided the commission a total cost of the full scope of work.
Okay. Now I want to run through a little timing with you briefly. The company filed its initial gas infrastructure plan, or the GIP, in 2023. And I recognize this was not a litigated proceeding.
Yes.
Okay. And do you know when the commission finalized its GIP rules?
I don't remember the exact date, but it would have been prior to the start, or it would have been, the Clarkson work would have started prior to that.
Okay. But phase three and phase four are occurring after the GIP rules.
That is correct, yes.
And the company's second GIP was filed in June of this year. Does that sound about right?
Second GIP, our initial GIP was filed this year, I believe. I may be crossed up on some of that.
Just to clarify the record, only one GIP was filed. That was in 2023.
Okay. Appreciate that. Thank you. Now, isn't one of the intentions of a GIP to investigate gas system alternatives?
That would be one aspect, but I think it's really to provide the commission with some forward-looking view of planned investment.
Great. Has the company filed a CPCN for the Clarkson project?
We have not, no.
And did the company evaluate any alternatives to the Clarkson project?
So I'd have to I mean, I'd have to go back to my direct testimony for my exact memory of everything evaluated. I believe we did, because I believe we looked at alternatives such as derating, which we deemed infeasible, as well as different routing studies. That would be potential alternatives.
Did the company present those alternatives to the commission?
I believe those are if you're talking about the two phases that have already been completed, those are presented in this case.
But did the company present alternatives to the Clarkson project to the commission?
Object on, and it's a little ambiguous. Are you referring to this case? Or
In general?
To the GIP?
Just in any point, did the company present any alternatives to the commission for the Clarkson project?
So, as I stated, for the first two phases, in my direct testimony, we did discuss alternatives to the project in this case.
So phase 1 and phase 2 have already started and been completed, and you're presenting the alternatives to the commission for something that's already happened.
That, by definition, is part of what a historical year rate case does. Yes.
So to confirm, you did not present these alternatives to the commission before you started working on the Clarkson project.
Yes, that is correct.
Now, the company has also filed a declaratory order about the Clarkson projects, right?
We have filed a declaratory order related to the final two phases of the Clarkson project.
And why did the commission, or I apologize, why did the company wait to file that declaratory order?
I'm going to object on the grounds that it may call for a legal conclusion and is pending in a different proceeding in this case. This case is about a historical test year. That case is about future investment.
Ms. McLaughlin.
I'll withdraw the question. Thank you. Do you believe that the company could learn and have feedback on alternatives if there was a planning process for the Clarkson project?
So I think the specific to the Clarkson project is a safety project. So when we talk about alternatives are required to, in order to be effective, an alternative would need to equivalently remediate the safety risk at hand. So in this case, I think the GIP provides a forward-looking view to provide that in the future, but in this case, and where this work was initially presented in the PSIA, I would say no, it would not, because it has, I may have misstated myself earlier, but this was included in the PSIA, as I recall, in the deferral.
Final question for you, Mr. Gardner. In the company's view, does breaking a project up into phases eliminate the need for a CPCN?
I think that's more of a legal determination, but I think functionally the way that we address these large scopes of work is that we identify the risk at hand, and then we have to break it into reasonable pieces that we can actually go execute. So I don't see it as avoiding a CPCN as much as I see it as just breaking a scope of work into something that can be like logistically executed.
But the Clarkson project was one singular overarching project, correct?
I don't know that you could necessarily, I think the way I've referred to it as it's a scope of work, and that's what we identified it as in the PSIA deferral, I believe. And I think that's exactly what the the declaratory order is seeking to accomplish. That's a legal question.
Hi, Mr. Gardner. I'm just looking through my notes briefly. I think those are all the questions that I have for you today. I really appreciate you taking the time to answer these.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McLaughlin. I'm going to assume Commission Counsel doesn't have any questions. Commissioner Plant,
No questions for me. Thanks.
Commissioner Goman.
Hi, good morning, Mr. Garner.
Good morning.
Okay, I just have a couple questions. I have more than a couple, but anyway, I'll get to them. Let me look through here. Some of my questions overlapped a bit with things Ms. McLaughlin asked you. A question on the Q-Star supply interconnect project. Staff asserts in their testimony that the project increases gas flows from Rifle to Avon during peak day operations, which could stand to benefit some parties other than public service, like Rocky Mountain Natural Gas and other shippers. Is that an appropriate assessment of some of the impact of that project, or do you see it differently?
I would say I see that differently. Yes, I think it's true that on a peak demand day, I think it does increase the flow in the Rifle to Avon pipeline. And that's exactly the basis for the project, is increasing supply to PSCo customers, specifically feeding across that western portion of our mountain system over towards the Vail Valley. But I would not agree with the assertion that it benefits one party more than the other.
Okay, but perhaps I'm not sure they asserted that it benefited one party more than another, but that there were benefits to those other parties in the increased flow of gas in the design day situation. That, I guess, and what I would read through that, meaning that increase in capacity is not limited to only being used by public service company for their retail customers. Is that accurate?
So as it sits today, that supply point is really only available to PSCo customers. So, and that supply, and I think one thing, and I tried to clarify that with Ms. McLaughlin, which is that this supply is a supply into the Rifle gas plant, not into the pipeline directly. And so the gas that comes through there transports through existing company pipelines that were already present as an inlet into the gas plant. And so it just supplies what I would call a new supply into the gas plant. So it is separate from the gas plant. I'm not sure if that helps clarify your question at all, but
at the end of the day, at the end of that pipeline, who all can use the increased supply of gas?
So as of today, PSCo customers.
Only.
Correct.
Okay. Do you know the estimated remaining service life of the Rifle plant?
I don't know that. Yeah, I think when we look at our capacity, or like in our future capacity models, and I mentioned this with Ms. McLaughlin as well, that we see the gas plant as a long-term asset, because frankly, there is a continued need for supply there coming from Rifle. And I think staff's own engineer actually even agreed with that there's a need for more supply coming from Rifle. So that, to me, speaks volumes to the need for the gas plant going into the future.
Okay. Let's see. In your direct testimony, it will probably help to look at it. Hearing exhibit 105. There's a table ARGD1. Maybe you could help help me source it for our legal assistant. I didn't put down a page. So table ARGD1 in your direct testimony shows capital additions in that occurred in the first essentially 9 months of 2023, the test year, and then forecasted for the last 3 months of the year. Are you roughly familiar?
I am, yeah.
It struck me that the values for the last 3 months are quite large per month comparatively to those for the initial 9 months. Is this because we're looking at additions, not expenditures? Like, help me walk through why we're seeing such a lopsided amount allocated to the last 3 months of the year. Thank
Yeah,
you.
absolutely. And I would say that ties a lot with the conversation that Mr. Berman had with Chair Blank too, and it relates very specifically to those capital additions. So when we talk about executing work, we execute, I mean, the reality is in Colorado, your construction season runs from say March through October, early November, depending on the year, right? So as a result, we're really trying to press to get work done and then getting work done and in service at the end of the year. So when we're talking about capital additions, it ends up being fairly lumpy because the additions come in when the total amount comes into service when the asset goes in service. So I'm certainly don't have the chops that like a witness Berman would have in talking through the split of how capital additions versus expenditures work, but the additions, the reason that is very lumpy and shows up at the end of the year is because that's when projects go in service.
Okay, so if we look at expenditures, we may not see that sort of breakdown where it's so lopsided toward the end of the year in particular.
That is what I would expect. You'd see a little more. It's going to be obviously a little bit lumpy because you're going to see higher costs generally when you're doing the mechanical work of actually digging ditches and stuff, but it would probably be smoothed out a little bit versus what you're seeing with additions.
Okay, thanks. We don't need this exhibit anymore. Thank you so much. So thanks for addressing our supplemental direct question regarding, at least what looked like in the direct testimony as a pretty marked increase in SSI spending. You explained in your response, if I can paraphrase, essentially the categorization is not exactly the same. So perhaps some projects that used to appear in a different category have now moved into the SSI category. And you kind of describe it as being somewhat steady. Is that a fair representation?
Yeah, I think that's fair. It's really a function of recategorizing, and we made, through the GIP, we made new buckets, right? And so the company did the best we could to group the investments and provide consistency between rate case and rate cases moving forward with the GIP, so that in the future you can get a little bit more apples to apples comparisons.
Yes, that is my mission here, and you probably heard me talking before. Obviously it's different here, and I understand the company adapting to kind of the GIP categories, and to the extent that we look at those rules again, I'd be very interested in understanding categorization from your perspective in terms of what provides us with the clearest snapshot and the best apples to apples. I hope you can appreciate it. It's fairly difficult from our standpoint, looking at numbers that appear to vary, not understanding always what's behind that. And it stands in stark contrast to some of what we saw in the gas infrastructure plan, where we saw, projections for $0 of scoped projects in SSI out only a few years. And so part of my main mission here is trying to figure out how can we normalize this information? How can we actually get information that is consistent from proceeding to proceeding and be able to compare it, especially across the GIP and rate cases, from rate case to rate case. So just an open invitation. Do you have any ideas for me on how we can do this? Because it is very difficult to analyze the information as it stands.
I guess I would say consistency and letting the process play out a little bit and then making changes is, I mean, if you're asking for my opinion, which I'm understanding you are, which is really letting us live in the bounds that we have right now for a couple of years, and then being able to, so that we can kind of work the process that's been set in front of us. And that way we can start, I think that will help us to see some stabilization and be able to do those apples to apples comparisons. And I think, you know, we've done the best that we can to really follow those buckets and then provide consistency going forward. So,
okay.
I don't know that
Well, I
that
guess I
helps
would
answers your question, but
offer, to the extent that you understand something is not the same as how it's been presented in the past, maybe you can skip us a step and help explain that up front, so that it just will make it easier perhaps as we go forward. So within that supplemental direct, I do have a page number for this one, which is hearing exhibit 120, page 11. You provide a figure that shows your expectations for SSI investment moving forward, in which it looks relatively flat or declining from 2024. I understand, and I will be upfront. The rest of this page explains that you don't think we should base a lot on this. This is just a rough projection, right? Are these based off of any sort of discrete projects that you understand to be needed? How do you come up with these numbers? Understand, I'm contrasting with the gas infrastructure plan where we saw $0 because we don't know exact projects. So where does this information come from?
yeah, so the company does a 5-year budgeting process. And so I guess let me start by saying when you're looking at contrasting this with the GIP that we filed in 23, one of the things that I would emphasize is that the GIP being the very first, similar to your asking me about the different buckets, the company was very much adapting to the GIP and kind of learning, I feel like we're learning a little bit on the fly of learning how to fit everything within the GIP rules. So these are reflective of that 5-year budgeting process. And some of that is discrete projects, but some of that, and I think we talked about this some in the GIP, where we have programs of work. So in this case, we talk about like our DENT programmatic replacement, for example, where we know roughly the amount of spend that we're going to see in that category, but we may not have the discrete projects completely nailed down. And so as we move through the cycle, this may be reflective of a program of work. And then when the actual discrete projects are identified, then the money is basically then shifted from the program into this discrete project. Okay. So that's kind of why you see a little bit of that difference between the GIP versus this, because in the GIP, we were looking very specifically at discrete projects.
Okay. And now as I look at this from 2024 to 2028, they're tiny, but those are the lighter color bars, I'll say. It looks like a modest decline in expected SSI expenditures. And I'm just curious, from a very broad level, is that the expected direction? And kind of what assumption underlies an expectation for a decline in SSI funding?
So from my perspective, not necessarily. Some of that is a function of visibility. So if you think about, as we look forward, we're constantly reevaluating our risk models, looking at the different threats, risks on our system, and then identifying the projects that come out of that. And so to some degree, those out years are influenced by the fact that we may not have visibility to some of those things at that point. So do I see a decline in safety spend? Maybe, maybe not, because it depends on what we see in the performance of our system. But it's also very influenced by the PHMSA regulations that come about. So if we look back at, say, like 2016, 2017, that predated the PHMSA mega rule. which provided a lot more work that the company had to do from a safety perspective. And so as a result, it then subsequently obviously drives that spend up. So if you look at this and you say, okay, safety spend is declining, that would also assume that you're not getting any additional federal regulations that you may not have a picture of today. Because really, even though you commonly get like proposed rulemakings, that kind of stuff, you generally don't know the scope of the rulemaking and how it's actually going to impact the company until the rulemaking is actually published.
Okay. Yeah, and kind of actually what I've noticed across proceedings is probably the opposite phenomenon than you're talking about, whereas these projections are noticeably lower than what we have seen in other proceedings and move in a different direction than what we've seen in other proceedings, like the Clean Heat Plan, where there were some projections on future SSI spending that were roughly $100 million more than this a year and moved up consistently. And so this is the most recent, kind of projection data. I understand they're all rough, but it looked fairly different. And I was just wondering if the broad assumptions had changed, given that this appears to project lower expenditures than we've seen across other proceedings in the past.
I don't recall specifically what was in the Clean Heat plan as far as the SSI expenditures, so I can't really speak to that delta, but I think the idea of looking at safety expenditures and thinking in terms of again, I would just restate, they're very heavily influenced by federal regulation and the work that we have to do according to that. So I think we've even mentioned at times, I know that from a federal level, they're looking at additional rulemaking as it results to gas distribution. And we don't know the scope of that work at all yet. We really don't know exactly what direction that rulemaking is going to go. But when it comes to federal regulations from PHMSA related to the safety of our assets, I don't think I've seen any that cause a decrease in spend. So okay. I would expect we'd see some increase from that.
Okay. Now I presume you heard some of yesterday's testimony. The chair had a discussion with Mr. Berman kind of broadly about concerns about continued increasing investment in the system, especially in the face of potential declining throughput, painting a fairly difficult economic picture. So I guess I'll just start by saying I discussed with Mr. Berman yesterday kind of an expectation that new business might decrease, in part due to policy, in part potentially due to market changes. And I know the companies in the past expressed that capacity expansion might decrease in the future. Are those like general sentiments that you agree with?
Yeah, I would say I generally agree with what Mr. Berman said. I mean, I think, the commission is, we've made some changes into things like line extension policies, and I'm definitely not the expert about those and exactly what the impacts will be. I think like Witness Paquet could speak to that better than I could, but I do expect there will be some impacts related to that, specifically around that new business category.
Okay. And I think notably the SSI category feels a lot thornier going forward in terms of understanding how we continue to deliver a safe, reliable system to the customers that continue to rely upon it and the communities in which it traverses, in the face of the potential of declining sales and some difficulty in sustaining reasonable rates for those customers. And so understanding that the premise here is we have to maintain a safe system, but we have somewhat continually seen SSI expenses over the course of decades continue to rise rather than kind of move through a glut of really high risk projects and decline. And so this is the trajectory that I'm familiar with, and it feels particularly concerning given the economic pressures we're looking at. And so it feels like something has to give here. Are there different ways in which the company might analyze these risks with the assumption that there is not an unlimited pot of money, there are not unlimited rate increases that perhaps an increasingly small number of customers will sustain. You know, how do we square this going forward, particularly in the area of safety, which feels the most difficult?
I mean, I guess a couple things I would say. So one, I would not suggest that we compromise safety, obviously, going forward. I don't think that's the right direction for us to go. But I think the company already does do a lot of work related to looking at alternatives when we do look at safety projects. So I think we've talked previously, I think it's in GIP discussions about like the MAOP reconfirmation, for example, where we look at things like a D rate, we look at things like an engineering critical assessment, we look at different approaches beyond just pipe replacement. And I think that's a direction that, you know, to the extent that those alternatives actually mitigate the safety risk, that's things that we want to continue to do to manage the costs. But at the end of the day, from my seat, we still absolutely have to maintain the safety and reliability of the system for those customers that are using it. So
okay. As part of your supplemental direct, you also compared the actual versus estimated project costs for capital expenditures for 11 discrete new business projects. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
So the variances from the estimated costs ranged. But I did want to make one observation. For 10 of the 11 projects, there is actual data. One of them there is not, because I think it's not complete. They're off by different amounts, but they are all more expensive than the estimate, all 10. So how do we look at that going forward? Is this something that the company continually tracks and tries to improve estimation on? And if so, why are we constantly ending up in the same direction?
We do track it, and it is something we do continue to try and improve our estimation process, specifically around some of those discrete projects. I think if you're going through some of those projects, we saw some very unique challenges in some of those. There's one of them that we saw challenges related to asphalt, so that it's extremely hard to predict, but we had the municipality required a very specific polymer type in their asphalt, which then caused us to be delayed in getting it done, because the asphalt plant only batches that certain type on certain times of the year and only in single batches. So it becomes very, very difficult to go execute. And the nature of the work that we do, where we're working right in the middle of a lot of these urban populations, makes it very, very difficult to estimate. So I will be upfront in saying that. I think that's just a challenging environment. We do look at that and continue to try and improve. But some of these things are just very, very difficult to foresee coming.
Right. I want to go through a couple of the new business projects that you detailed in your attachments. Let me get the exact attachment for them. Okay, let's see. Sorry, let me get to my spot here. You had talked, before I get to new business, you had talked a bit about MIOP, or max operating pressure, maximum allowable operating pressure. There has to be an A. Yeah. So as that there are options in terms of derating or potentially decreasing the capacity of gas flowing through the pipe rather than just replacement. Within this rate case, you've shown 3 that I found projects that essentially look like MAOP projects in which the pipes were replaced: the 20-inch Southeast Metro, 12-inch Fossil Creek, and 8-inch Mesa to Chalk Bluffs Karma projects. As I understand kind of the basis for the projects, those look to be largely based upon a lack of documentation to support the maximum operating pressure. Is that accurate?
Yeah, it's fundamentally when the mega rule was published in 2018, it changed the goalpost for what was required for documentation. And so when you look back, things that didn't used to be required are now required. So it really shifted. Like I said, it's a shifting of the goalpost. But yeah, that's the scenario.
Okay. Looking now at some new business projects, which are primarily covered in your attachment ARG5. And the public version is fine if we want to look at that. So it's hearing exhibit 105 ARG5. So as I look at this, I go to page 2, shows the Canyons development project, and on the right, we just want to look at the right. So if you want to blow it up just a little around project costs, this shows thanks, now just scoot right there you go. So this shows project costs, which are the additions from 22 to 23, just north of 5 million. There's an Excel contribution of 2.8, and then third-party contributions of 2.3. I think if I added those numbers, they end up at 5.1 million, right?
I think so, yes.
More or less. Okay.
Yeah.
Curious, from your perspective, if this project, this new business project, were done today under current policies, would the third-party contribution look substantially different than what we're seeing here?
I'll be honest, I would really have to defer that to Witness Bakay, because I'm definitely not the policy expert as it relates to the new line extension policy. So I think he could speak to what this would look like in future year much better than I could.
Okay.
Over my skis on that.
One more question for you. If we go to page 4, I've got another project here. The Coal Creek Canyons Pines project. So same kind of display, but there's kind of some different caveat here in project costs, in that the Excel contribution is net of the third party contribution, and therefore the project cost being displayed as an addition in years 22-23 is net of the third party contribution. I'm wondering why this display looks so different than the other project, and presumably it looks to me like the third party contribution has been included in the value on page 2 of what's being described as the project cost addition. Any insights for me?
I don't recall the difference in why this one looks like specifically looks different from the Canyons one. I can say on the whole, when we look at third-party contributions coming in, it can be a little bit tricky from the accounting side as far as allocation to the specific project. And so that's but I honestly don't remember specific to the comparing the Canyons to this one and why the two are presented differently.
Okay, but as a general matter, if there is a third-party contribution, whatever that third-party contribution is, should or would be netted from the total cost for what the actual project cost going into the additional rate base would be.
Yes, as far as what actually hits rate base, yes, absolutely. But whether it's allocated to the specific project or not is going to be more dependent on the project. And I would say probably Witness Freitas might be able to speak to that better than I could too. Okay.
All right. A few capacity expansion projects, which are largely in your attachment ARG7. I just want to talk through some of the semantics on there to make sure I'm understanding the information that's provided. So let me see. Rampart range reinforcement. Can we go to the third project? I'm so sorry. I don't know what page. It's probably like 5 or 6. And keep scrolling down. There we go. Back up a little. Thank you. So as we look at something like this, I want to understand when you say in the explanation of need, which is kind of just scroll down and left. In the explanation of need, it says approximately 3,900 equivalent customers in the project area were at risk of experiencing outages. It's the very last sentence in the explanation of need. Is that an immediate or a projected condition?
So that's, it's generally defined by a heating season for which we will see it. So in these projects, and I'm just trying to look at it up above, because I think in the first sentence it talks to that, because it refers to by the 2022-2023 heating season. And so that's what it's referring to.
Okay, so the 39 specific to what your modeling projects for the 22-23 heating season.
That is correct. That's what it was projecting to.
Okay. And when you size a new project like, and did it go, I mean, I guess presumably in the year before, was it 0 were at risk?
So in this specific case, we had additional development that came onto the system. And so the loads do change. And so I guess I should start this by saying I'm definitely not the planning witness for this. So that would fall under our integrated system planning team to really speak through a lot of the detail behind how they review the models and update the models and all of that view of it. But from a high level, I would say every year we review the prior year loads and look at really balancing that to what we actually experienced. And then based on that, identify areas in our system that require reinforcement. And so in this case, this one, as I recall, is very much related to I believe this is the Sterling Ranch development, that there's a lot of homes down there. And so in this case, based on the model for the 21-22 heating season, that no, we did not expect to see outages there. And that's, again, a function of how many homes are constructed, what's the actual loads, and also just comparing to what was the performance of the system in the prior winter.
Okay. And when you build out a capacity expansion project like this, like here it went from 6-inch to 8-inch steel, retired the 6-inch in place. So now you're relying entirely upon the 8-inch. To what extent does that build in future growth projections?
I'm not sure.
In terms of sizing the replacement, what are your assumptions about future growth?
It depends on the area, but I know, and again, I'm definitely outside of my bailiwick and, outside of planning the system, but I think our planning team actually does look at projected growth rates as well as any customer developments and stuff that they know. And that all plays into that model so that they can project the growth. So there's not a one specific number that's used across the state that I know of. But it's more looked at geographically of what is the growth in, Littleton, Colorado, or what is it in, Breckenridge or somewhere else on the system. And then modeling that portion of the system, applying growth rates as well as known customer requests.
Okay, so is it fair to say there's not standardization as to kind of the timeline and assumptions that would be used in something like that?
I'm not sure, and understanding I can talk from a high level, but I'm definitely out of my realm here. But I don't know that I would say it's fair to say there's no standardization, because I think there is, but it's geographically based. So you have a design day temperature that's based on a specific area. So in this case, you're looking at a design day temperature of -25. If you were looking in like Breckenridge, Keystone, like Summit County area, you're going to be looking at like -39. So there is standardization, but it's standardized like to a specific area based on the conditions that we're expecting to exist, and not just the weather conditions, but also the actual growth rates.
Okay. Is there any witness coming up that you think can speak better to the assumption?
I think witness Martz was really the best one to speak to this. I'm not aware of a upcoming witness that would be able to speak to that in more detail.
Okay. And let me see, is that where I am? Yeah. Okay. In attachment ARG9 on page 42, you outline our project categorized as an SSI project that is essentially a replacement of any kind of missing or damaged transmission pipeline markers and installation of LiDAR caps. Does that sound familiar?
Yes, it does.
Actually remembered this one from the previous rate case. So I went back and looked. I'm a little confused about the cost. From what I was initially finding, it looked like the company's expectation was they would spend 2.2 million through December 2022. This looks like a cost of 4 million. Is this additive to what we've seen in previous rate cases? The extension, like, I'm just a little lost in the values and that I understood it to be a less costly project previously.
So I think what we're referring to is in the prior rate case that would have been reflective of additions in the prior rate case, and that this would be additions for 22 and 23. So I don't recall, without looking at the prior rate case, I can't remember exactly the facts and figures of how we presented it there. I do remember discussing it, but I don't remember the details of exactly how we projected it. But this is reflective of actual costs of additions in 22 and 23.
Okay. Yeah, and what I found, it looked like a projection or I guess an actual 1.8 million from July 2020 through June 2021, and then 2.2 million through December 2022. So it's not clear if this is additive. Now there's been work in 2023 that originally wasn't projected, or I'm just a little lost in the values here, but
so it sounds like we have basically the years splitting. So you have 2021, you have 2022, and you have 2023. And this value here is showing the sum of additions in 22 and 23.
Okay.
So it's not directly, I mean, this would be additive. So if you're looking at total scope of transmission pipeline markers, this would be additive to the number that you saw in 2021, but this number would overlap what you saw for 22.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that. I was trying to like square it all myself and getting a little lost. Okay. Just a few more questions for you that are actually about a different attachment to hearing exhibit 114, which is a different witness's testimony, but it's attachment MPM3, in which that witness actually lists the appropriate witness for each project, and you're listed next to them. So even though it's not your attachment, I guarantee your name appears many times. So yeah, it's a big one. Thanks for that. Oh, it's okay. I have line numbers because it's an executable spreadsheet, so that might be a little difficult on the PDF version here. But perhaps Mr. Gardner, I don't know if you have the executable of this document, you may be able to follow me pretty efficiently with that. Just broadly, when we're looking at this, given the discussions that have transpired already about capital additions versus capital expenditures, what am I looking at on this sheet?
So I don't know if there's a heading on another page that would show that. And is this from Mr. Muller's testimony?
I believe this is an attachment for Mr. Mueller, but then he lists specific witnesses next to that can represent each project. So I was going to ask you about projects where your name appears, but there is not a bigger heading here. So I'm not sure, given the confusion, if we're talking about additions or expenses.
If I could weigh in, Commissioner Gilman, in looking at witness Muller's direct testimony hearing exhibit 114 on page 3, where he lists the attachments, he says attachment NPM 3 is gas and common plant additions, if that helps.
Addition. Okay, it does help. Thank you. We'll take that as what it is, and Mr. Mueller can correct us if we got it wrong when we get to him. Okay, and looking at these, like I said, it's going to be really hard to follow on the screen because I was looking at the executable and got the actual line numbers. This has hundreds of pages or hundreds of lines of data. If you have the executable, lines 451 and 452 represent gas meters and regulators expenditures to the tune of just less than $75 million. So if I'm understanding the company's filing and current policy appropriately, is it fair to assume that this is the exact sort of expenditure that will no longer be included in rate base moving forward for new customers?
So just for sake of discussion and just tying another reference, I believe it's ARGD 6, if my memory holds correctly, is the new business table in my direct testimony that actually has this line item in it. And it is meters and regs. So this is it's a great one to discuss in that the meters and regs line item is all meters and regs. So actual new business meters and regs is a fraction of that line item. But when we talked previously about the different categories of work, the company did our best to put meters and regs in the most applicable spot, which we felt was new business. But understanding that meters and regs line item would include new business, it's also going to include a replacement of a meter for really almost any other reason. So whether it's a damaged meter, a meter that is not functioning properly, I mentioned damage, like I think of like car hitting meter, those types of things, like that's all going to fall into this same meter category. And the reason for that is the company purchases meters in large batches. And so there's not a split of these that's readily apparent that says, okay, exactly, like when we order the meters, we don't like tag them and say, okay, this one is specifically a new business meter, this one is for this other purpose. And so that's why in our financials, they're all grouped together, and we put them under new business because we really didn't see another category that was more fitting for these.
Okay. No, that's a very helpful description. I mean, as I'm looking at, and you don't have to keep switching back and forth, but as I look at NPM 3, there's, you're right, gas meters and regulators categorized under new business, roughly, the new meters in 22 and 23 total like 68 million, and the new regs over 3 million. But then there are separate line items under SSI for failed meter lots, for at-risk meter replacements. I think that's what the acronym stands for. So aren't those somewhat separated out on NPM 3?
So failed meter lots has always been broken out separately. And I think that's very much related to how that scope of work was implemented. So if you think about it and this is purely thinking about like engineering logistics perspective, failed meter lots was much more predictable in the sense of you know that you're going to have, you go into a year knowing there's this many lots that you're replacing. And so as a result, you can allocate those meters to the failed meter lot program and separate that expense versus in like new business as well as like damaged meters, they all are purchased as a large lot together. So there is some separation, but the number that we're seeing in my table there, that 74.8, does not include the failed meter lots piece, because that piece is separate.
Okay. And what's in the failed meter lots broadly? Like what causes a meter to get categorized in there?
So that is we do a meter sampling program where we go out and actually are pulling meters and testing for accuracy. So in failed meter lots, that just means that the accuracy of the meter is outside of the spec range, and so as a result, we're replacing it. There's a lot more complexity than that, but from a very, very high level, that's fundamentally what's going on.
More or less, through a sampling protocol, you're not sure you're charging people for the right amount of gas.
That's the idea. It's the process that was put in place to make sure that we do charge people the right amount. Yeah.
I'm just curious, that's categorized on NPM3 as a safety integrity program. I was just curious what leads to that categorization for something that's more about accuracy of billing, from my understanding.
The best answer I can give is, I think we grouped it. I mean, we'd have to pull up the specific descriptions. I think that it's actually like page 12 of my direct, but some of this, per our discussion earlier, is us trying to put stuff in the most applicable bucket. So we didn't really feel like it falls in new business. It doesn't really fall in capacity. So moving things into buckets as best we can.
Understood. Thank you for getting the executable. I only have a couple more questions, but this will make it much less torture. So I will use the executable if you can keep it up. On line 639, there's a line item, gas new mains blanket, which is about 30 million plus a year. Can you just tell me what that is?
Yeah, so, and I believe that's going to tie back to that
39.
same.
There you go.
Let's see. Yeah, so row 639, so that should tie back to that same ARGD6 where we have meters, new mains, new services that are all in that new business category. So new mains, new services, both of those categories, which would be, see if I pass the eye test, row 639 and row 640. Those two rows would tie to that table. Those are specifically providing service to the way I think of it is like structures that did not previously have gas service.
Okay. And blanket just means it's an aggregation. It's a collection.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. I wasn't sure if there was some new term I needed to learn here. Okay. And then let's see. Okay, I think that answers my question for a few of these. Let me just see. Line 643, a question. There's gas service renewal blanket. And there are and this is 40 to 52 million a year. This is literal replacement of gas services for specific customers.
Yeah, so what this refers to, this is typically used, a good example would be operationally, if we have a leak on a service that may be in the middle of somebody's yard, rather than trying to dig up somebody's yard and repair a service, that we would go in and replace the service. So this is, if it's in the safety and integrity category, the gas service renewal blanket is operationally, we go out and are replacing somebody's service, and it's generally caused by a leak, a damage, something like that, that's driving us to go out there and do that.
Okay. And we don't have it in this proceeding. I know I've seen it elsewhere, sort of for like COIL discussions, maybe average cost $5,000–6,000. is the company roughly replacing like 10,000 service lines a year?
I don't, I'm not sure on numbers on units, so I don't think I can answer very directly, but I can say, I mean, again, this blanket is specifically out there replacing services. So this is going to be any service that, you know, there's generally a problem with that service. And then the crew gets out there and says, okay, rather than trying to repair, we're going to just replace because it makes more sense. So, but I don't have unit numbers to be able to say how many that is.
Okay. Okay. I think those are my questions for you, Mr. Gardner. You passed the eye test. Thank you for reading that exhibit with me. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman. Mr. Gardner, I just want to follow up with you mainly about one project. Yeah.
Could we take a
need-
short break, please?
Sure, let's come back at 11:15. Ms. Boulay, you ready?
Ready.
Thank you. Hey, Mr. Gardner. I want to follow up on one of the projects that you talked about with Commissioner Gilman, the Coal Creek Canyon Pines project. As I understand it, and this is on page 52 of your direct testimony, this project is a large new residential development that began late in 2022 and is currently ongoing with 90 lots expected to be developed at full build out. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And this project required a main reinforcement of approximately 3,000 feet with 6-inch steel. I think you also installed over 23,000 feet of new polyethylene main, along with a new regulator station that was connected to the existing main to reduce pressure. Is that fair?
Yes, I believe so.
And on page 56 of your direct testimony, it sounds like the company incurred approximately $4.3 million in capital additions, which is net of the approximately $1 million of customer contribution for the pipeline portions mentioned above. In addition, it sounds like the regulator station capital additions were approximately $1.2 million. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
All right, you can take this down. Thanks. How did you arrive at that $1 million customer contribution? Was that negotiated between the company and the customer, or is there a tariff that governs, or is this amount at the company's discretion?
So I Witness Piquet is probably a better person to talk to this as far as exactly what the line extension policy follows through, but I believe that would be based on based on a tariff requirement.
And if the company wanted, could they have? Was there anything in the tariff that would have prohibited you from charging $1.1 million to the customer or $2 million? I
think it's probably much better to give to Witness Piquet, because I believe that I'm a little out of my bailiwick on how the exact customer quoting process goes, but I think the short answer to your question is yes, I believe the tariff does spell out a requirement related to how much we are able to charge the customer as we go through the estimating process. But I think Witness Piquet probably can speak to this better than I can.
So under the status quo, you don't think, well, I'll ask him, but you don't think we could charge 100% of this cost to the developer?
So I guess looking back again, this is a historical test year, so this would not have followed the new extension policy. So this would all be under the old one, and I don't believe, based on that tariff, I don't believe we could have charged them the whole project, and specifically, we couldn't have charged them for the regulator station.
All right. But how about the 4.3 million additional for the pipeline additions?
I don't believe our tariff would have allowed that under the prior policy, but again, Witness Piquet could speak to that better.
All right. I'll ask him more, but I would like to follow through with you on how this particular project presents. In Mr. Matley's supplemental direct testimony hearing exhibit 123 at page 11, lines 12 to 17, he says that this project results in a net incremental cost over and above the revenues of $7.4 million to the greater natural gas system over the course of 40 years. And we could pull that up, but do you have any reason to doubt that statement in his testimony?
I don't, but it probably would benefit me to pull it up.
So. Yeah, if we could. Hearing exhibit 123 at page 11. You see that?
Yeah.
All right, you can take that down. So just putting aside the net present value issues, which may be significant, if I divide 7.4 million, the 7.4 million cross subsidy by the 90 houses in this neighborhood where this development, just is it fair to say that the company's other customers are being asked to provide a greater than $80,000 per home subsidy to this developer? Is that math right? Just dividing $7.4 million by 90?
Assuming that all of this solely feeds those 90 customers, then yes, I would say that's correct, yeah.
And before you decide to move forward with this, does the company conduct any analysis of whether the net revenues from the additional gas sales to 90 customers would be enough to offset the cost?
I think we have an obligation to serve. And so if they specifically request the service, that's what we have to provide. And I think we do look at alternatives, obviously, and present those alternatives. But I think when the customer specifically requests gas service, that's really what we have to do. And I think this commission has made changes going forward to the extension policy that would likely impact something like this going forward. But as it sits, looking back, this would be under the old policy. And so I think the answer to your question is no, we wouldn't have.
Do you think the obligation to serve requires you to serve at below your costs of service or to subsidize $80,000 a home?
Well, I mean, I'll just say, I think we're definitely far outside of my realm here as far as policy. And I think that's, better referred to somebody like, Witness Berman or Witness Paquet. But I think, from my lens, I'm required to provide safe and reliable service to our customers.
So on this project, the company places in rate base and earns a return on the 4.3 million plus the 1.2 million for the regulator station over 40 years. So it seems like the company is got a pretty good deal here. Any dispute of that characterization of how the company sees this?
I can't really speak to the financial side of that. I mean, that's really something for Mr. Moeller or Mr. Paquet or Mr. Berman to speak to. I can't really speak to that.
Do you know the average sales price for homes in the Coal Creek Canyon Pines project?
I do not.
Let me represent to you that I went online and looked at the prices. If I represented to you that the sales price for a completed home was in the $5 to $7 million range, would you have any reason to doubt that?
I don't have any data to either confirm or refute that. So I'd have to go off your word there.
Appreciate that. How should this commission think about the role of the company as a fiscal agent or the status quo as a fiscal agent for all customers or sort of the existing business when we see these kind of, $80,000 per home subsidies for multi-million-dollar homes that is funded across all customers while the, company is building its rate base by over 5 million? Any thoughts on how we should think about this system?
Well, the first thing I would say is, this commission's already made changes to line extension policies that influence that. And this happens to be a historical test year, so it's not influenced, these projects don't reflect that. So I think that's one thing to keep in mind is that if you were to do the project all over again, I would presume that there would be an impact to that based on the new policy.
Fair enough. assuming required as part of an order. Well, let me just ask you one more question, which again may be outside your expertise, but in the GAS rulemaking, proceeding number 21R-0449G, Rule 4210C was added to the line extension rules stating, line extension policies, procedures, and conditions shall be based on the principle that the connecting customers pays its share of the estimated full incremental cost of growth, including any costs associated with increases in peak design day demand. So it sounds like you would agree that this project didn't comply with the spirit of that rule, but presumably going forward, the company will do better. Is that fair?
Well, I think this project really predated those rules. I mean, I think that's the thing to keep in mind. And like I said, Witness Paquet can speak to this much better than I can, but the projects that are reflected here are not reflective of the change in the line extension policy.
I guess the last question for you, assume we required as part of our order in this case, some form of commission approval before the company spent a cumulative total, including all phases of more than, say, $1 million on any new individual new business or capacity expansion project as a mechanism for implementing Rule 4210C. Further assume that this process would require an analysis of why the new customers aren't paying for 100% of the upgrades they cause, or 100% of the incremental cost of the upgrades they cause. Any thoughts about that? So, I get the CPCN by rule is set at 12 million, and it sounds like even that may be leaky in terms of how we think about phases. But what do you, any advice or thoughts on a more limited process to implement Rule 4210C that would allow us to look at these projects and maybe accelerate the implementation of the new regime?
I think, sorry, I interrupted you.
No, I was done.
I guess a couple things that come to mind for me. So one is some of the conversation that I just had with Commissioner Gilman related to the individual buckets of work, right? So if you apply something that's tied to a specific bucket of work, it's really important to understand what is it, make sure that you're focusing it on the specific thing that you're looking to pay attention to versus there is some ambiguity and discretion in how work is bucketed, and the company did the best we could to make it fit in those individual buckets. But I'm cautious of an unintended consequence related to that bucketing. So I guess and I'm thinking very specifically around meters, but that's something to I think we would want to be very cognizant of. And then I think the other thing I would mention is just the reminder. I mean, we do have the GIP process that is, I would say, the company is still learning as we go through, but I mean, that's a process that is a planning process that's already in place. So that's, I guess, the only things I would mention.
I mean, I guess I'll just follow up with really the same question Commissioner Gilman asked, which is how do we get visibility into future capital cost spending when what we're seeing isn't consistent across these cases? And I mean, I don't have a clear view. I don't even have a clear view yet of what happened historically, let alone where this business is going. And I think what we're doing now seems, as this example suggests, maybe really problematic. How do we get a handle on this? And,
well, I think,
and if you disagree with that characterization, let me know.
Well, I guess I would say I don't completely agree with the characterization in the sense that when you look at it, we established through GIP, we established new buckets of work. And so the company is doing our best to align with those. And so then going forward, the idea is that if you maintain consistency in the buckets of work, then you'll be able to get much more a much better view, and specifically apples to apples comparisons as you walk through. And I think, you know, we did our best in my supplemental direct to illustrate that with the, you know, safety projects specifically, in showing how the changing of buckets, you know, it can be very misleading, and I get that. And so that's why I guess what my, you know, you ask for my opinion, you'll get it, which is that I think keeping consistency in the buckets and not trying to change things before they actually get fully implemented and lived in for a little bit is the best way to be able to get better visibility into what's happening.
Last question. Any concerns if this commission asked you, you know, as part of the filing in the next rate case to provide capital forecasts going forward?
I mean, I don't think so, but I mean, I also think that's really, in my view, from my lens, that's also the function of the GIP proceedings, right? To provide that forward-looking view. So
yeah, it just seems like it's not always consistent. That's all I have. Ms. Simard Pacheco, redirect.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Gardner, I'd like to start where we left off with Chair Blank. Can you just please level set us? Can you hear me okay?
yes, I can. Thank you.
Could you please level set us regarding your role in this case and the scope of your responsibilities?
Yeah, absolutely. The scope of my responsibilities is the execution of projects. So my team does not handle the planning of work. That's handled through our integrated system planning team, led by Mr. Martz. But my responsibility is the day-to-day execution of the work and ensuring that we have safe, reliable service on a day-to-day basis.
Thank you. Would the hypothetical presented by Chair Blank be something that would be better addressed by company witness Takei?
Yes, I believe it would.
You mentioned in your conversation with Chair Blank that the gas infrastructure plan may be the appropriate forum to gain more transparency into some of the issues that were discussed today. Is the company working on providing additional transparency into the ongoing gas capital investments in the next GIP to be filed in 2026, if you know?
Yeah, yes, we are.
And does that include all categories of capital investment?
So that would include anything that's within the GIP action period, as well as anything over the GIP reporting threshold. But yes, that would include all categories.
Are you familiar with a pending rate case related rulemaking?
I don't believe so.
So you wouldn't be aware of anything that is in that rulemaking associated with requirements for future filings in rate cases. Is that a fair statement?
That is a fair statement.
I would like to turn next to the Questar project. You received several questions regarding that project today. I'd like to first ask you, from your perspective, how critical was the need for the Questar project?
Absolutely critical. We had a capacity shortfall for our Western Mountain system that had we seen design day temperatures could have resulted in customer outages, specifically in the Vail Valley.
And realistically, were there cost-effective alternatives that could have been pursued instead of the project?
No, there were not.
How long, I just want to turn for a moment to the relationship between the company and Rocky Mountain Natural Gas. How long has Rocky Mountain Natural Gas, I'll refer to them as Rocky, and the company been in this joint relationship?
For multiple decades, in excess of 30 years.
And how would you characterize that relationship generally?
Generally, I think it's been a very good relationship. I mean, we've successfully operated the plant as well as the Rifle to Avon pipeline over that time period.
And just to clarify, is the company willing to participate in the study that Rocky is already required to do?
Yes, absolutely.
Counsel for Staff asked you a few questions regarding errors in allocating costs. Do you recall that conversation?
Yes, I do.
When Counsel for Staff was referring to an error in allocating costs between the company and Rocky, is it your understanding that she was referring to an error in the costs reflected in the revenue requirement in this case, or an error in billing Rocky?
Solely in my understanding is there was an error in solely the revenue requirement in this case.
And is that the issue that you corrected in your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, that is.
And did the company make an adjustment in its revenue requirement in rebuttal to reflect the proper costs?
Yes, we did.
Incurred by the company, sorry.
Yes, we did.
And to be clear, were there, you weren't referencing errors in billing to Rocky?
No, I'm not aware of any errors in billing to Rocky.
You were also asked about pipeline quality gas already bypassing the plant. Do you recall that discussion?
Yes, I do.
And I believe in the course of that conversation, you referenced the Questar supply as well as the Williams supply. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do recall.
There's another source of supply in the Rifle plant area. Is that right?
Yes, there's the CIG lean supply, yes.
How does that supply travel through the area?
That supply bypasses the Rifle gas plant and flows directly to the Rifle to Avon pipeline.
To meet customer PSCO, customer demands on the system, will the company be relying on all three sources of supply at the plant?
Yes, we will.
I would like to turn briefly to Clarkson. Do you recall when the Clarkson project started?
Yes, I believe it was included in our 2022 PSIA deferral, and I believe construction started in 2022, if I recall correctly.
And in your discussion with Counsel for Staff, you mentioned that alternatives were considered. Do you recall that discussion?
I believe so, yes. Yeah, I do recall the discussion, yeah.
Okay, if we could please pull up your direct testimony hearing exhibit 105, and I'd like to go to page 142. And maybe just give you a chance to refresh your recollection if we could have you look at the question and the answer starting on line 3.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I've read it. Yeah.
Does this refresh your recollection as to the alternatives considered for the Clarkson project?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
And could you please just elaborate on those for the record?
Yeah, so for Clarkson, we evaluated a reroute. We evaluated a derate, and we evaluated electrification.
Do you know, Mr. Gardner, whether alternatives to safety investment are currently required under the gas infrastructure planning rules?
No, I believe they are not.
Could you please elaborate on the safety concerns presented by the Clarkson project?
Yeah, absolutely. The Clarkson project remediates a safety concern associated with vintage steel main as well as compression couplings. So on a 20-inch pipeline, you have of this vintage, we have these compression couplings that are unable to be protected by a cathodic protection system, so they can corrode, and if they fail, the end result is a 20-inch gas line blowing gas at the joint.
Could we please pull up hearing exhibit 128, which is Mr. Gardner's rebuttal testimony, and could we please go to page 7? Looking at figure ARGR1 on the screen, are these photos of the Clarkson project and the safety concern that you just discussed?
Yes, they are. This is a photo of a compression coupling from the Clarkson project.
Now, the Clarkson project, was that commenced under the pipeline system integrity adjustment?
It was included in the deferral, the PSIA deferral, yes.
And are the first 2 phases of that project currently in service and providing gas service to customers today?
Yes, they are.
Do you recall your discussion with counsel for staff regarding the petition recently filed by the company relating to the Clarkson project?
Yes, I do.
If we could please pull up hearing exhibit 139 in the company's box. Does this look familiar to you, Mr. Gardner?
Yes, it does.
I think if we could please scroll to the last page. And if we could scroll, did you verify this petition, Mr. Gardner?
Yes, I did.
The company would ask that the commission take administrative notice of hearing exhibit 139.
Any objection?
No objection.
So moved.
Could we please go to page 1? Sorry to make you go back and forth. And if we could scroll to the bottom of the first paragraph, there you go. Mr. Gardner, the purpose of this petition is set forth in this first paragraph here. Could you please take a look at and read starting on the line that says whether to the end of that sentence?
Whether under Colorado law and applicable commission rules, a certificate of public convenience and necessity is required for future work required to be undertaken by public service in order to complete the Clarkson Street main renewal project.
And by future work, what is being referred to?
The final 2 phases of this project.
And are those 2 phases of the project at issue in this case?
No, they are not.
Thank you. We can take that down. You were asked a few questions by Commissioner Gilman and I believe Chair Blank related to the Coal Creek Canyon Pines project. Do you recall that? I believe you indicated that company witness Freitas might be the appropriate person to speak to about what we refer to kayak contributions in aid of construction. Is he the appropriate witness to refer to?
It's probably not. It's probably witness Moeller.
Thank you for that clarification. If I could have just one moment. I don't have any further questions. Thank you, Mr. Gardner.
You may be excused, Mr. Gardner. Thank you much, sir.
Thank you.
Let's, Mr. Mueller, are you out there?
And we're gonna, whoops,
Switch council?
Yes, thank you. The switch is always a little bit of a challenge, but here we are.
Mr. Mueller, are you out there? Do you want to check in with Mr. Mueller, or do you want to jump to Ms. Scheller?
He'll be here in just a moment. He had just stepped away for one moment.
Okay. Oh, there he is. Mr. Mueller, morning.
Good afternoon, Chair Blank.
I guess close.
Sorry, good morning still.
Yeah. Can you hold up your right hand, please?
Sure.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You can put your hand down. Is anyone with you now or communicating with you in any way?
No, no one, I'm in the room alone and nobody is communicating with me.
If that changes, will you let us know?
Absolutely.
Back to you, Ms. Brahma.
Good morning, Mr. Mueller. Would you please spell your name, please, for the record?
Sure. Mark Moeller, Moeller.
And what is your job title, please?
I am the Director of Capital Asset Accounting at Xcel Energy.
And did you cause to be submitted into the record in this proceeding hearing exhibits 114, 121, and 133 as your direct, supplemental, direct, and rebuttal testimony?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you have any additional corrections to your testimony as you sit here today?
I do not.
All right, thank you. Mr. Mueller is available for cross-examination.
Ms. Crampton, I have 30 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Mueller. I don't think we've met. My name is Kate Crampton. I'm an attorney representing the Utility Consumer Advocate in Colorado.
Good morning.
Mr. Mueller, you provided rebuttal testimony in this proceeding that responded to UCA and staff's recommendations regarding the potential disallowance for plant held for future use. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And in your rebuttal testimony, you discussed the treatment of plant held for future use, or PHFU, from a capital accounting perspective. Is that right?
That's correct.
And I think you noted in your your rebuttal testimony that another public service employee, Ms. Scheller, discusses the company's perspective regarding how and when the private LTE project may benefit ratepayers in the future. Is that right?
That's correct.
Have you had an opportunity to review Ms. Scheller's rebuttal testimony regarding the PHFU prior to testifying here today?
I have reviewed some of it, yes.
Okay. And do you have a general familiarity with the company's overall proposal for the private LTE plan, which is the PHFU in this proceeding?
Yes, I have a general familiarity with it.
Okay. And generally speaking, the private LTE project is a project that will span across Xcel's total service areas. Is that right?
I believe it is most service areas. I don't believe it is all inclusive. I believe it's all jurisdictions, but it may not be every county.
Okay, in all jurisdictions, so not just Colorado and public service, but all of Xcel's jurisdictions.
Smaller jurisdictions, I guess I'll qualify that. We have smaller jurisdictions in North Dakota, South Dakota, Michigan. Ms. Scheller could better speak to its applicability or its presence expected in all jurisdictions.
Okay.
But absolutely large jurisdictions.
Okay.
Predominantly Colorado, Piesco, and Northern States Power.
Okay, thank you. And so the $4.9 million of PHFU that's at issue in this proceeding, that is the cost for, well, let me back up. Generally speaking, this private LTE plan or proposal involves several phases before completion. Is that right?
I believe it does, yes.
Okay. And at issue here in this proceeding is the work that has been done in the year 2023. Is that right?
Yes, that would be the test year.
Okay. And specifically, that work is the acquisition of rights for to the wireless spectrum.
Correct.
Okay. And so the $4.9 million that are at issue in this proceeding is for Public Service of Colorado Gas portion of that acquisition of the rights to the wireless spectrum. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know the total cost for the acquisition of rights to the wireless spectrum over all of Excel's territory?
I do not.
Okay. And you said a moment ago that this overall project will be conducted in phases. Do you know the total cost of all of the phases of this private LTE plan over all Excel service territories?
I do not.
As you said a moment ago, your rebuttal testimony is primarily focused on your rebuttal testimony is primarily focused on the treatment of PHFU from a capital accounting perspective. Is that right?
That's correct.
If I could just back up for a second, I've mentioned this private LTE. What does LTE stand for, Mr. Mueller?
I guess I believe I know it. I just can't recall it right now. So it's the equivalent of LTE that you would have on your cell phone. It's a communication protocol used to translate over cellular networks.
Okay. And so here with this private LTE, the company is asking to create its own private communication network. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And ultimately, the company is asking its utility customers to pay for its private communication network. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you mentioned that your perspective is a capital accounting perspective on this PHFU project. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And your capital accounting, when you describe your capital accounting perspective in your rebuttal testimony, you reference the FERC Uniform System of Accounts. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so it's that uniform system of accounts that you rely on for your capital accounting perspective.
As well as internal policies. So it would have to meet the definition of capital, which would also be within the FERC chart of accounts guidance. FERC would prescribe how we classify individual assets based on, for example, where it is in the construction process. If it's construction work in process, it would be classified as such. If it is in service, or whether it is plant held for future use.
Okay. And that these categorizations from the uniform system of accounts dictates, I think what you said is dictates how assets are to be reflected in the company's financial statements. Is that right?
That's correct.
And financial statements have these requirements, in particular for how this information concerning capital assets is presented to investors. Is that right?
I would say investors rely primarily on the company's SEC reporting. The SEC reporting aligns with FERC reporting pretty closely, but there are classifications within FERC that would not show up on our external investor financial statements.
Okay. And relying on the uniform system of accounts, you assert that this portion of the private LTE project that is categorized as PHFU is not judged by the standard of used and useful. Is that right?
That's correct. So I'll explain. When the company is looking at its various assets, we're typically when we are acquiring them and constructing them, they are typically either in construction work in process, which would be FERC account 107. If it is built and constructed, it would move from that account into ununitized plant, which would be FERC 106, and which is considered in service, used and useful. And as we break that out into individual assets, it would move into FERC account 101. So both of those classifications would be where when it's in CWIP, it's collecting AFUDC. When it moves into service, it would be considered part of rate base. And then we would also begin depreciating it. The third classification is if we were to construct an asset that was not immediately moving into service, did not meet our definition of used and useful, we would move it into plant held for future use. So we would do a formal determination to establish that it was not currently being used, that it has been completed, that there is a formal plan to use it going forward, and we can determine that there is a path to move to that.
Okay, thank you. And I think some of what you just said is what was explained in your rebuttal testimony as well. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Mr. Mueller, you would agree that there is a difference between financial accounting of an asset and rate-making treatment of an asset?
I would say there can be differences. There are FERC to GAAP differences in how we report certain things, but for the most part, they align. Like I said, there can be more detail in the FERC chart of accounts and what we disclose publicly, but I would say that they generally align.
Okay, and just to clarify, how the USOA, or Uniform System of Accounts, treats a particular asset may or may not be the same as a regulator's treatment of the same transaction for rate-making purposes. Is that right?
I would say regulators always have the ability to question recoverability. I have not seen where a regulator would challenge FERC's classification. So in this case, I have not seen where a regulator would say, don't put this in 105, even though FERC defines that it should go there. But a regulator does have the ability to say, to challenge prudency, to decide on recoverability.
Okay.
Part of that gets back to the wording within my testimony on me being the capital asset accounting witness. I am reviewing it in terms of my interpretation of the FERC Uniform System of Accounts, which is fairly prescriptive when it comes to this type of an asset. I am not ruling on the commission's or the regulator's ability to challenge the recoverability of that.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that explanation. The USOA itself does not prescribe what accounts should be included or not included in rate base, correct?
It does not. That is determined by individual rate making jurisdictions.
Mr. Mueller, I
said,
want to talk to, well, hold on, I'm gonna go ahead and ask a question here.
I was going to say, okay.
Mr. Mueller, you referenced in your testimony another authority on accounting with respect to public utilities. Is that correct? I'm sorry, in your rebuttal testimony?
Can you, I guess I'll say I may have. Can you tell me what I referred to specifically?
Sure, if it would be helpful if we could pull up here in Exhibit 133. And if we could go to page 18, please. Actually, if we could go to page 3, please. Okay, Mr. Mueller, do you recognize this as your rebuttal testimony?
I do.
Okay. And you see that you included with your rebuttal testimony an attachment MPM, which was a portion of the publication accounting for public utilities. Is that right?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. And then if we could go to page 18 and just scroll down. Thank you. And Mr. Mueller, you again referenced that accounting for public utilities treatise. Is that right?
I'm not sure I would refer to it as a treatise, but I reference it because was rebutting Mr. Lugo's testimony, and Mr. Lugo referenced it in his testimony.
Okay. And treatise is included in your testimony there, is that right?
Yes, that is how Mr. Lugo referred to it.
Okay. And you attached a portion of that publication accounting for public utilities.
That's correct.
Okay. And you are familiar with that publication accounting for public utilities, is that right?
That is not correct. I am familiar with the page and the reference referred to by Mr. Lugo. I am not familiar with the entirety of the book.
Okay, and so your role is Director of Capital Asset Accounting?
That's correct.
Okay. For a public utility?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. You have had a chance, it sounds like, to review portions of accounting for public utilities in relation to your preparation of rebuttal testimony in this proceeding. Is that correct?
Yes, I have reviewed the section referred to by Mr. Lugo.
Okay. Ms. Federico, if we could pull from UCA's box.com hearing exhibit 532. And Mr. Mueller, just give you a moment to review what's in this document. Let me know when you've kind of had a chance to familiarize yourself with it.
Okay.
Okay. And Mr. Mueller, does this appear, I know that you attached in your rebuttal testimony, chapter 6 or section 6 of accounting for public utilities, does this appear to be section 4 of that same overall publication?
Based on the reference at the top of the page, I would say yes. I don't know that based on firsthand experience, but I am relying on the heading that says accounting for public utilities in section 4.
Okay,
Right.
and you see a date there of 2022?
I do.
It appears to be a recent version of this publication.
Yeah.
And in particular here, accounting for public utilities discusses or has a chapter discussing items included in rate base. Is that what you see?
As the major heading. But I would also say this is, so when you talk about authoritative guidance, the authoritative guidance for accounting is FERC. The authoritative guidance for inclusion in rate base is our regulated our rate making authorities, this commission right here. So the fact that it says items included in rate base, I would qualify that to say that our jurisdictions establish inclusion in rate base, not the author of this publication.
Okay, so I think what you're saying is a commission ultimately decides what's included in rate base, not the uniform system of accounts, right?
Correct. The uniform system of accounts designates accounting classification.
Okay. And a commission could decide to utilize an authority to make a decision about what items to include in rate base.
Objection. Fagan calls for speculation with respect to what authority Ms. Crampton's referring to.
You want to rephrase, Ms. Crampton?
If I may respond, he has provided testimony about commissions deciding what's in rate base, so I don't think it's speculative. He has already opined on that.
The
My
objection
question is
pertained
simply,
to,
could a commission rely on an authority to make that decision?
my objection was to the fact that an authority could cover any number of potential documents, sources, materials. And so to ask Mr. Mueller to talk about that is just too broad of a question with respect to that particular part of the question.
Can you
I understand.
your question, Ms. Crampton?
Mr. Mueller, could a commission rely on accounting for public utilities to determine what to include in rate base?
And I'll object here that this calls for a legal conclusion about the commission's authority and the proper standard for its decisions.
Ms. Crampton?
I haven't asked Mr. Mueller to draw a legal conclusion. I asked him if a commission could rely on this authority. It's a hypothetical situation that doesn't require a legal opinion.
The objection's overruled. If you can answer Mr. Mueller, that'd be great.
I believe the commission can rely on various sources. If I guess the commission can rely on sources that it views as valuable in arriving at the appropriate regulatory conclusion.
Okay. And I appreciate that. My question was, could they rely on accounting for public utilities as a resource?
Same objection.
I guess they could.
Mr. Mueller, why don't you hold on for a second? Let the chair please.
Overruled, if you could answer.
My take is that commissions rely on various sources in establishing. They could rely on FERC, they can rely on other jurisdictions. I suppose it is possible that a commission could rely on this book.
Okay. And if we could scroll to page 14 of this document, please.
Before we proceed, I
And-
need to raise an objection as to the ability to authenticate this document. Mr. Mueller was pretty specific in both his written and live testimony that he reviewed one section of this book specifically because Mr. Rivera-Lugo raised it on a different topic, and he is not able to authenticate this section other than what it says on the page and what it purports to be. So we are lacking a foundation and authentication of this document, and it is also outside the scope of Mr. Muller's testimony.
Ms. Crampton.
To respond to the last portion of the objection first, I disagree that it's beyond the scope of his rebuttal testimony. Mr. Mueller, in his rebuttal testimony, proposes that the Uniform System of Accounts has a discussion of plant held for future use that precludes plant held for future use from a used and useful analysis, and therefore it is appropriate to include this plant held for future use project in rate base in this proceeding. The Uniform System of Accounts, well, I'm introducing information to rebut that rebuttal testimony. So it's certainly within the scope of his rebuttal testimony to be able to rebut that on cross-examination. I have not
I
sought.
agree it's in the scope. What about authenticating this document, proper foundation for this document with this witness?
Well, I haven't moved it into admission at this time. However, I believe that regardless of whether or not he can authenticate it, that this is relevant evidence under Colorado Rules of Evidence 608 to rebut the proposition set forth in his testimony that this is properly included in rate base. I think under the commission rules 1501, this information is also useful to the commission because this evidence possesses reliable and probative value on this issue.
Go ahead, Ms. Rowan.
May I respond? This is first of all, the relevance of the document is a different issue than the ability to authenticate it and the foundation. It's hard to state relevance without having a foundation and an authentication. And to the extent, as I heard Ms. Crampton say right now, that the intention is to have Mr. Mueller read into the record or talk about something in this document without authenticating it, without his background in it, that's not an appropriate use of this document for this witness. And so I don't know that the response to my objection really gets at all at the problems with foundation and authentication that still exist.
Ms. Crampton, well, I think Ms. Harper, are you out there? I'd probably let this go on. I'd struggle to admit it into evidence, but also struggling to see the harm of letting this continue. Do you have any guidance, Ms. Harper or Ms. Rossetti?
I agree with your assessment, Chair, as to allowing the question to continue. If it comes to moving for admission, then that does become another issue. Perhaps the parties could stipulate and come back, tomorrow with a version that they would agree to. But in terms of the questions, I think I agree with you. It can proceed subject to all of the concerns that are being raised.
So I would overrule the objections. I'd allow the questioning to proceed, but I would say I don't think there's a proper foundation with this witness to admit it into evidence. So, and we're getting late, Ms. Crampton. So if
Thank
we
you.
could,
I appreciate that. I believe I have some time left of the time reserved. I don't know if the commission wants to take a break now or allow me to continue.
Let's finish.
Okay, thank you. I don't have a lot more for this witness. Mr. Mueller, you have familiarized yourself with Section 6 of Accounting for Public Utilities with respect to your response to staff's answer testimony. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and so you're certainly aware of this publication from preparing that portion of your rebuttal testimony as well as providing that exhibit, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And we talked a moment ago about what appeared to be a different portion of that document regarding what's included in rate base from Accounting for Public Utilities. Is that right?
Objection, foundation. Apologies, but I need to make sure I preserve my objection.
Ms. Crampton?
He has already answered that in the affirmative, so I don't think he lacks the foundation since he's been able to answer that question.
Again, there's a difference between reading what it says on the screen and being able to authenticate the document as legitimately what it purports to be or a legitimate source.
Can you restate the question again, Ms. Crampton?
Mr. Mueller, are you aware that Accounting for Public Utilities contains a section regarding items to consider for rate base?
Objection, foundation asked and answered.
Overruled. Can you answer the question, Mr. Mueller?
Can you repeat the question, Ms. Crampton?
Sure. Mr. Mueller, are you aware of Accounting for Public Utilities containing a section or a chapter devoted to what items may be contained in rate base?
I struggle with the term aware. You have shown me a heading on a screen, but I have not reviewed that book.
Okay. As the Director of Capital Asset Accounting, you have not reviewed this book.
I have not. There are many volumes out there that are guidance, basically like teaching manuals that include some references to FERC and some opinions of the author that are out there and interpretations on how the uniform system of account should work and how utilities should operate. This is not the only one of those. There are many out there. Some are published by NARUC, Edison Electric Institute, and the American Gas Association. The Michigan, University of Michigan, Michigan State does as well. There are many of these documents out there, and they all take their own position on it. I recognize that this is one of those, but I am not in a position to read every single one of them cover to cover.
Okay. And are you aware whether the Accounting for Public Utilities publication states that there's considerable disagreement over the proper treatment of PHFU for rate-making purposes?
I will say I am not aware of that. I did see words on a page in front of me that spelled it out in one individual section, but I do not know the entire context of the book, and therefore I cannot put that statement, say definitively that's how I would define awareness and what saying I am aware of constitutes in terms of my level of understanding.
Okay. And are you aware of Accounting for Public Utilities statement that the quote, the most common argument offered by commissions for rejecting rate-based treatment for PHFU is that only plant presently used and useful in providing service should be allowed in rate base?
I will object to this question as, first of all, not even showing us a document that she's referring to, but also we're going now into the substance of a document that has not been authenticated in any way.
I mean, you can respond, Ms. Crampton, but given what the witness said about this document, I think we're at the end of this rope.
We could pull up hearing exhibit 503 if that's useful, Mr. Mueller.
What is hearing exhibit 503?
The public accounting for public utilities portion that I had displayed on the screen.
That would not resolve my objection, which is to the document itself and Mr. Muller's ability to speak to it. We would again be misusing that document that has not been authenticated or with any foundation.
Yeah, I guess the piece I'm now struggling with is the witness has said he's not aware of this document. He doesn't have the context to understand these statements. And I think there are foundational problems with this. So, Ms. Harper, can you help me here? But I think we may be, given what the witness is now saying, I think we may be as far as we can go with this.
I agree, given where the witness has taken his responses to.
So I think that objection is sustained, Ms. Crampton.
Mr. Muller, are you aware of any accounting publications that address the propriety of including PHFU for rate-making purposes?
I am not.
Okay. Chairman, I would move to admit hearing exhibit 503. I understand the discussion that has occurred and anticipate objection from public service. However, I do believe that this is relevant evidence under the Colorado Rules of Evidence to rebut the testimony of Mr. Muller's rebuttal testimony to suggest that PHFU is properly included in rate base. This is relevant information for the commission for that consideration and to rebut that testimony. I will also refer to the commission rules 1501, indicating that the rules of evidence are relaxed or not strictly adhered to in these commission proceedings, and that this is relevant information that's useful to the commission's consideration, one, of whether or not Mr. Muller's testimony regarding PHFU is reliable, and two, to the commission's consideration of whether it's appropriate to include PHFU in rate base in this proceeding. So I understand the objections and I understand the discussion, but I would move to admit this document, hearing exhibit 503, under those grounds.
Ms. Brahma.
I will restate my prior objections regarding lack of authentication and foundation. And I would like to also add as an objection in light of the discussion Ms. Crampton just offered. The purpose of cross-examination is not for a party to offer new evidence in an effort to add rebuttal to answer testimony. It is to cross-examine the witness on issues discussed in their answer testimony. So to the extent Ms. Crampton is sort of trying to put in rebuttal testimony to answer testimony in the form of a new exhibit that's not authenticated, that is also improper under the rules governing this proceeding and commission's procedures generally.
Ms.
If I may
Harper.
respond to that last point, I respectfully disagree. A party on cross-examination can introduce evidence to rebut the testimony. Mr. Muller provided rebuttal testimony. UC is not precluded from introducing evidence or asking questions to call into question that rebuttal testimony or to rebut it. If that were true, then there would be diminished due process with respect to how a party may address rebuttal testimony.
Let me jump in. Ms. Harper, I think it's relevant in the scope. I also think it's not inappropriate on cross, but I just don't see a proper foundation and authentication with this witness. So I'd probably say no, but can you help me here?
I agree that the objection as to authentication should be sustained. The parties could come together and stipulate and come back and try to get it documented once public services had a chance to understand what is being presented here. I think that would be the cleanest. The document could be admitted subject to the, objection that it's at this point merely a document that was used for questioning, but was certainly not authenticated. I think those are the options going forward. Or just deny the motion to admit it and let the line of questioning stand.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. So I'm gonna decline to admit this at the current time. Just really on authentication foundation grounds. And anything else, Ms. Crampton?
Yes, Mr. Moeller, did you have an opportunity to hear the conversation from the commission and commission counsel?
Which conversation would that be?
The conversation that just
Oh.
occurred?
Yes.
Okay. And if the commission were to take a recess, would you be willing to review this portion of accounting for public utilities and familiarize yourself with it?
I object to this proposal. First of all, it's not Mr. Mueller's call whether or not this is something that's legitimately for him to review or not. And also, I don't, even if we could look at it and have a document, we would need to have the opportunity for Mr. Mueller to speak to it more generally. This is beyond the scope of what I think we're talking about in terms of coming together. It's not for, it's for council to make that determination.
Ms. Harper?
I agree with council. This is something that council can talk about offline and come back with a proposal if there is one.
So I guess the request is denied, Ms. Crampton.
I don't have any further questions for this witness. Thank you.
Thanks. I guess we should take a break for lunch and come back for 1:15, say. Before we do, Commissioner Plant, do you have an estimate of how long you have for this witness?
I don't have any questions for this witness.
Commissioner Gilman?
I'm very bad at estimating this. 15 minutes.
All right. I probably have 10. All right, let's come back at 1:15. Thanks. Let's just give Commissioner Gilman a second. Oh, there you are. Commissioner Gilman, you're up.
Sorry, that's something last minute. A little out of breath. Okay. Excellent. Good afternoon, Mr. Mueller.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Gilman.
All right, let me see. Okay. So first I want to start with the commission had requested the company to provide some additional information on decommissioning of assets, including a breakdown and any trending between projects retired in place versus physically removed as part of the supplemental direct request. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay, and you, sorry, still out of breath. And over the past 5 years, the company was only able to identify 4 projects in which the projects were actually fully removed. Does that sound correct?
That does, yes.
Okay, I wanted to see Miss Frederico, I think it's Miss Frederico, but I've lost track. It's Miss Frederico, Miss Kunkel.
It's
Yeah, sorry. If you could pull up the document that I had provided to you, I would appreciate that. So what we're looking at here is a transcript from the evidentiary hearing from the 2022 natural gas rate case, which was preceding 22AL-0046G. And this was from August 25th, 2022, it looks like. And I'd like to head to page 13 of the PDF. The numbers don't exactly match, so we'll just go with the PDF numbering. And I'd like you to look at line 7 through 15 for me. And if you could just read that, and I will represent to you, this was an exchange between me as the questioner and Ms. Wold for the company as the responder here.
Yep, I can see that.
Okay, so if you can take a look, I had asked her in setting the net salvage rates, what the company's assumption was in terms of if everything has to be fully removed as their assumption. She responded, "That is correct, yes." And I then asked, okay, so you don't assume anything ever could be retired in place if that was somehow able to be safely done? And she responded, for purposes of the attenuation study, no, complete removal. So I just wanted to contrast that with your responses in supplemental direct, representing that the company almost entirely, with the exception of only 4 projects in the past 5 years, actually retires the assets in place. Are you able to help me understand that in the context of what I was led to believe 2 years ago by Ms. Wold?
I guess the facts haven't changed since then. We have primarily done retirement in place based on discussions with operations like 97, 98% of the time, definitely high 90s. The only thing I can think of is that we commonly within the company just refer to cost of removal as a generic term. Our systems refer to it as cost of removal, and that Ms. Wold just misunderstood the actual actions we take in retiring our underground gas pipelines.
Yeah, I guess what I'm struggling with is I feel like other people at the company probably heard this testimony, and here we are 2 years later. The understanding of the commission was only corrected by us directing the company to specifically answer supplemental direct questions to this point. So I'm curious why the record was never corrected. I've literally thought this was the situation for 2 years until you all responded to our question.
I guess I don't have a good answer to that question. It should have, we probably should have come back and corrected that and made it clear that historically our predominant practice for I'll qualify that as for underground pipelines is to retire them in place. There is above ground equipment where that's not the standard. Station equipment, above ground pipelines, but you're correct that it should have been corrected to recognize that for underground pipeline, our predominant practices, not even predominant, vast majority is actually retired in place.
Okay. And then the commission also asked a few questions. I'm done with this the document. Thanks. Chairman, I don't know the procedure. Do you want that as an exhibit? I don't know what to do. I think if you want it.
I think if you choose to reference it in the deliberation, it'll be fine, and I think the parties can cite to the transcript in relying on that exchange as evidence. So I don't know, Ms. Harper, do we want to take administrative notice of that transcript?
Well, if someone is going to cite to it, then it would need to be in the record of this case.
All right, Ms. Brahma, any objection if we move that piece of Ms. Wolt's response from the transcript into evidence in this case?
No, Chair Blake, I think my only question, and this is just to make sure we understand, is are we putting in Ms. Wold's testimony, that page, just so we know what we know, just so we know.
Yeah, I think it'd be the cover page and maybe a page or two before to make sure the context was there.
No objection.
Yeah, we can look at the pages. The reason the PDF and the numbering doesn't line up is there was some sort of confidential session that occurred before that. So the PDF has fewer pages than are within this publicly available transcript, but we don't need any of the confidential section.
All right. So moved, Commissioner Goman.
Excellent. And I think Ms. Friedman's helped me get it numbered and we have a number for it and things like that. Okay. The commission also asked a few questions in the supplemental direct about the potential for negative rate base, especially as it relates to these significant negative salvage values. Do you also recall that?
I do.
And let me see. In your response to that in supplemental direct, you had essentially stated regarding the possibility of the entirety of rate base going negative as opposed to say a specific project. Yeah. With regard to that possibility, you had said this is highly unlikely because it assumes that an entire asset class is being retired at once rather than decommissioned over time when the system is gradually being shut down. Does that sound accurate?
That does sound accurate, yes.
Okay, so I just wanted to probe on this a little so I can understand kind of how this works individually and then in aggregate.
Yeah.
So it's easier for me to think of an individual project, and then obviously the rate base is a collection of a bunch of individual projects. So right now, if we look at, say, like a pretty run-of-the-mill distribution system pipeline, which I'm kind of the most familiar, I think, with the figures on, the depreciable life, as I understand it, is right around 57 years, if that sounds appropriate to you.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I was going to say 60, but yeah, 57 sounds right.
Okay, I think we have that from the last rate case. And oddly, it was the number I had in my head, so I was pretty happy to check it out. And the net salvage value set in that last rate case was around negative 72% of the value, if that sounds appropriate for that type of asset.
Yes. Yep.
So as I understand it, this all then gets depreciated together. So we're essentially depreciating 172% of the value of the project, the capital value of the project. Does that sound appropriate?
That sounds appropriate.
Okay. So somewhere right before year 33, if you just do the straight line math, we have paid off 100% of the capital cost of the project through the depreciation. And so my understanding is at that point, and then for essentially the last 24 years of that asset's depreciable life, the rate-based contribution for that asset in particular is negative because we have more than paid off the actual capital cost of it. Is that all still check out? I mean, just let me know if I just mixed up the semantics, but like the general.
No, I think it is. We depreciate both simultaneously. So there's a life component to our depreciation and there's a cost of removal. But I believe you're correct that when you add both of those depreciations together, that you will end up with an amount that would exceed the original gross or the net plant. You would end up with negative net plant at an individual record level. Okay.
So if investment on the system were too slow, and that you, at some point in decades from now, whenever it is, you have more projects that are kind of in those later years of their depreciable recovery, then you have new projects coming in to fill up that gap. Isn't it possible that the whole kind of the entirety shifts either considerably lower than it would have been, or in a more extreme sense, into the negative? So what I'm trying to contrast that to is kind of your view that it's entirely unlikely because it would be like retiring the whole system at once. I think there's also a situation you could go negative where you have just slowed investment in that you're not keeping pace in new investment to keep positive rate base filling that negative rate base.
Yes, I would agree that would be a potential scenario, but I guess the way I was thinking about it is that you would also, if you are tapering down a system, that you would also be increasing the amount of retirements that you make along the way and actually decommissioning parts of the system that would then erode the cost of removal that was sitting in rate base. So that in today's world, I believe the number is about 400 million that's been recovered for cost of removal, that even though we are recognizing creating additional reserves through depreciation, that at the same time we would be decommissioning parts of our system and working it down, which would offset that. And that in call it a zero end of life 2050 model, that you would decommission gradually as you shut down the system. Now, that assumes that, we would look at a pipeline or let's say a subdivision or a city that might have 70-year-old infrastructure, and we could either make the decision that we're going to replace all that infrastructure, or that we are going to just say, in a hypothetical scenario, that, well, we're just not going to provide gas to that city or subdivision anymore. And then we would decommission that branch, and the decommissioning process would eat up reserves as we go. So the model I was thinking through that as we were to move into the future, that we would continue to decommission assets that would not be accompanied by additional new assets going in behind them. And then the decommissioning would eat up the reserve that we have out there. And so it would gradually decline. Now, I'll acknowledge that that's contingent on the model that I just laid out to you on how the system would kind of shut down or break down over time. But there's absolutely a model where we're still adding infrastructure, but the infrastructure is not at the level, and we're at the same level that we're increasing depreciation reserves, and we are also not taking assets out of service. And I think that's a little bit of the complexity that we deal with as we're looking forward to 2050 and what does the decommissioning model look like. I will say when I envisioned this and laid this out and talked through it with our operations people, we kind of looked at it in terms of that individual branches and subsystems would be decommissioned along the way as we approached an end of life for it. So that was the model that I was working with.
Okay. So if I can re-explain, because I'm not a financial person, if yes, investment slows, so we start to get this kind of lopsided nature with more of these negative, kind of skewing toward end of life. But if you are actually decommissioning those at a reasonable rate, you're kind of buying down the negative part at the same time. So it's not like having undue influence sort of on the total.
Yeah. Yeah. That's kind of the model that we envisioned.
Okay. Okay. I have some more questions about like that fund and how it works, but I think they were elsewhere in my list. So unfortunately, I'm going to change the subjects and then I'll come back because I don't want to mix it around in my list here and miss something. You talk in your testimony about the units of production method that you all are considering employing for the depreciation study, rather than just straight up years of service as the best indication for depreciation. So similar question to what I asked Mr. Berman yesterday. Do you have any insights for me? It seems as though this relies very much upon kind of evolving and improved methodology for future throughput modeling and forecasting. So I was curious, how much progress will there really be with regard to that improved forecasting by 6 months from whenever, 6 months from the end of the clean heat? So how much will things really have adapted in terms of the company's own internal forecasting and therefore your ability to apply that in like a depreciation sense?
Yeah, I believe we have already given our external depreciation consultants that are doing the study. I believe it was one of the forecast models that was provided as part of the clean heat plan as like a projected throughput. And then they will model that projected throughput in the absence of any other inputs on that they would model that as a way to derive a units of production model. With the intent really being that if we know demand is dropping off over time and we typically do straight line depreciation, if demand is 20% of what it is today, but depreciation is the same, your cost per decatherm is going to be 5 times the amount. So the intent is really to translate this into a cost per decatherm or therm so that the depreciation is recognized over every unit of gas transported through the pipe, as opposed to treating it as the same amount every year.
Okay. And I talked to Mr. Berman also a little bit about the relationship of this to net salvage. And I don't want to like step way out because I understand there's some new agreement as far as how that will be, and I don't know how much you know about that agreement. But does that seem like a reasonable way to also look at net salvage within the depreciation study to be accounting for kind of these different assumptions in potential useful life?
Yeah, I think it seems reasonable. I think our goal is to recover costs in a manner that recovers it from the customers that use it in an equitable manner. So I will acknowledge, though, that similar to with the discussion we just had, if we're front end loading the cost of removal, which is what units of production would do, it would also increase that, and likely, if we're not decommissioning assets along the way, would push us closer to a lower or potentially negative rate base.
Understood.
I just wanted to acknowledge that since we just had the discussion on it.
Yeah, that's helpful. You indicate that the current depreciation reserve and the breakout of the cost of removal within that reserve is in effect a separate reserve fund, which is some of what I think staff was arguing for. Because you had stated it's contributions by customers that occur before the costs are incurred by the company.
That's correct.
So I want to understand a little better. Is it really the same as a funding reserve? You know, where does that money sit? You referenced 400 million, which is, I think, a value from Mr. Johnson's testimony. Where is that money right now?
I would say it's basically in the company's operating funds. So it's funding, could be funding current new gas construction. It could be electric, because as a company, we fund at a debt typically at the operating company level, equity at Xcel Energy. It really just becomes part of the fungible pool of operating cash.
It's cash flow.
It is, yeah. Which Paul Johnson, who's coming up later, can talk in a lot more detail on how the company treats that. I believe we also does that answer your question, or did you want me to talk in?
No, I think for now. So is that actually the same as a funding reserve? Like, I always imagine I could have my concepts mixed up. That a funding reserve, you would take in the money and actually set it aside and actually have the money when it came time to pay for those expenses. What I'm hearing is cash that's being taken in, it's being used for whatever the company's expenses are.
Yeah.
And so although you took in the cash, I'm not sure it's available at year 57.
I think it's a fair question. So there are two models. We can do it as our operating cash flows. Even the entirety of the removal is a fraction of the company's current capital funding in a single year. So, I guess I would say that would be, in terms of, is this a material portion, something that the company could be able to continue to fund, like the total decommissioning cost? That'd be a good question for Mr. Johnson in terms of how significant is this. The numbers we were talking about were in the 3 billion range, that are in the company's numbers for this case, 3.7 billion, I believe, in total. When you spread that over multiple years, when you look at the company's overall funding, it's going to be a small portion of it. But Paul would be the one who could talk to you about how significant that is in the bigger picture. The other model you referred to is what I would refer to as the trust model. So setting up a separate trust where the money would go into it separate from the company's available funds. That fund is then isolated. The company's not available to use it for normal ongoing operations. It would earn a return that would stay within the trust. Also a viable option, those do exist. They typically exist more for nuclear plants in terms of where there's a dedicated trust. I think the position is more that it creates restrictions on the cash, so does not allow it to flow to the best use within the company. You're reliant, it's effectively going to increase rate base because the company no longer is funding it, and we're no longer giving customers a credit for the value of it. So the 400 million is an offset to rate base today. So whatever our weighted average cost of capital, this is a offset to that. So you could argue the customer's return on that on an ongoing basis is the weighted average cost of capital is what they get for it.
Okay. And I'm happy to ask Mr. Johnson if you don't know, but to your understanding, the 400 million, that's as of year end 2023, approximately 400 million, what? 400 million is the net between what has been collected for the purpose of decommissioning versus what has been actually expended for the purpose of decommissioning to date?
Yes, that's the amount that's in reserve. So that would be amount collected less amount spent to date.
Okay. And I mean, 400 million sounds like a lot of money to me, but understood, with relationship to the rate base, it is not a massive proportion right now. But consider with me the possibilities we've been talking about of decreased throughput, potentially slowing expenditures on the system to avoid dramatic rate increases, given a decrease in throughput. Does it raise your concerns as kind of a fiscal agent of the company that paints a picture whereby it might be more difficult to just come up with the cash in 30 years, 40 years, 50 years that you already collected from customers for this stated purpose?
I'm not involved with issuing equity and issuing debt. But as a company with I don't know what our exact net rate base is, but at $50 billion, could we fund it? Well, I shouldn't speculate. I'm in an accounting role. Paul Johnson is in a financing the business role. And I shouldn't speculate on what would be significant to the company or not significant to the company.
Does it seem like it could get more challenging?
I think it would just be something we would consider in our overall capital plan.
Okay. I'm curious, does the company regularly compare? I know you do these studies, at every other rate case, it seems right now, on the cost of this. But does the company regularly compare the cost of decommissioning to the revenue collected for through depreciation based on the net salvage, like on an asset level or any sort of granularity?
So like a ratio of the amount collected relative to the reserve?
No, the comparing the actual cost of decommission an asset to what would have been collected for that asset in terms of net salvage value for the asset.
So when we do the decommissioning study, we are actually doing the decommissioning study for pipes is based on our historical cost to actually retire that same type of pipe. So what Alliant or whoever does the work will do is they'll come in and they will look historically, how much did we spend on retiring pipe? How much did we spend? How many feet of pipe did we retire? And then they use that to come up with an average cost per foot or per mile to decommission pipe, which would be based on the actual cost to do the decommissioning. And then they apply that to forward based on the number of feet of pipe that we have deployed right now at each size range to say what would we expect it to cost us to do the decommissioning for that pipe. So it's a model that's entirely based on what we've historically spent on it, which in some ways can give you comfort that actuals are driving the forecast. But at the same time, when we start talking about end of life scenarios where we don't know exactly how we're going to decommission the pipe, that history may not be as good an indicator of the future as it historically has been. When you assume that you've got a system that's going to exist into perpetuity, it's a much better model for doing that.
Okay. And I'm trying to just understand, I mean, this is kind of all taken in this giant aggregate, right? Whereas like it's assessed for a project, but then it's just one giant pot of money, sort of. The money's not really there. It's the giant accounting situation that's going on.
Yeah.
So, I keep thinking of discrete projects, which I understand you all kind of generally don't think of it that way. But so if you've been assuming lower than is actually the cost of removal, presumably that cash is just coming out of this fund, but to the extent you might be shortchanging other future decommissioning projects, right?
When you say coming out of this fund, do you mean like an actual separate isolated trust, or do you mean like call it?
No, I mean, as you
virtual
operate it,
fund?
which is just an accounting mechanism, as I understand it.
Could we be shortchanging other projects? I think our investment interplays with planned expenditures. So I think there's always, like at a macro level, deciding how we fund our business, how much we need to fund. I guess in my head, I'm thinking of the $20 billion model that we had on this, that was on the screen yesterday, that Chair Blank put up. There's a lot of things that come into play, and the company looks at how to fund them and how that interplays with our overall investment strategy. And given that that's Mr. Johnson's presentation, not to kick too much to Mr. Johnson, but I guess I couldn't tell you that it's preventing us from doing other investment that we should be doing. I think it just all is viewed in the context of the company needs a certain amount of money to fund the business. And then we look at how we fund that. Like the fact that we don't have a separate trust is allowing us to allow money to flow back and forth, whether it be for decommissioning, to allow us to build new infrastructure.
Okay. And coming back full circle to kind of my original questions about the proportion of projects that are retired in place versus physically removed, weighing very, very much in favor of being retired in place. Are you certain that that is the assumption and the strategy that was used in calculating the net salvage value?
I can tell you that the assumption that was used is based on actual history. So it would be based on the actual historical mix. So we don't make an independent assumption and say it's going to be 90% retire, 97% retire in place and 3% removal. We say historically it has been this much cost per foot. And that cost per foot is based on a mix of hypothetically 97% retire in place, 3% physically remove. So I can say that the methodology used to determine the cost of removal mirrors what we have historically done.
And do you know, like, over what sort of time period? We only asked you 5 years, but
I guess I don't know the answer to that. I'm assuming that I believe when the actuaries look at these, they're looking back. It isn't that small a window. They're looking back 10 years. And then I believe they're adjusting for, different consumer price levels over those years to normalize 10-year-old cost per foot of pipe removed with the current year that they're doing the study in.
okay. I'll have a couple more questions, Chairman.
Okay.
Help me understand the expense associated with just purging and capping a line. 20
like what types of things occur in that?
Just $22.24 a linear foot. It strikes me as a lot to purge and cap a line.
It would be, so the 22.24 isn't the cost to cap and purge a line. That's the weighted average cost of the, let's say 97% purge and cap a line and 3% fully remove a line. Although the fully remove a line is a small percent, when we actually have to do it, the cost is high.
I'm just being honest, that's not at all the impression I have from your testimony. I have written down that the cost to purge and cap or retire in place, whatever,
Okay.
was $22.24 a linear foot, and the cost for full removal was $2,817 a linear foot. These are separate calculations. So to my understanding, that $22.24 is actually entirely specific to retirement.
Okay. Okay. Confusion is on my part then.
Yeah.
So when I discussed with the operations, what does this involve? And they would say, it involves putting a bypass in so that they can, if it's an active gas line, they will trench, bypass, cut, purge, cap. If it's a steel line, they are putting a steel cap on and welding. If it's a plastic pipe, they are basically gluing a cap on. I had them talk me through it just so I had an understanding of it. But in terms of the $22 per linear foot, whether that's reasonable or I guess I don't have as the accountant in the equation, I don't know whether that's reasonable or unreasonable.
Okay. Just one other question. I had talked with Mr. Gardner earlier this morning, and at least the 10 new construction projects that we have data for compared, in every one of the 10 instances, the project ended up costing more than the project estimate. Variety of reasons, project delays, inspectors, it rained too much in the trench. There were a whole bunch of questions. It doesn't strike me as any of that would increase the final decommissioning cost of that project. Yet, to my understanding, since it's assessed as a percentage, anytime the actual costs exceed the estimate, your net salvage, your decommissioning costs now have gone up 1-to-1, commensurate with that. And it strikes me as a little difficult that these sort of very particular construction delays or problems are now also translating to increases in decommissioning costs, even though there's no evidence that that led to an increase in decommissioning costs. Can you help me understand that?
I guess my response would be that the percentage method that we use, when we calculate depreciation, isn't a perfect method, but it's a good method for rate making, although can potentially have that type of flaws in it, because as we put new pipe in the ground, it's very easy for us to just apply that new depreciation rate to each new asset going in and make sure that what we're putting it in at and depreciating it at aligns with what was approved by the commission in the last case. So let's use the 60% you used before. If we overran, that could lead to additional cost of removal being calculated. But on the flip side, is that a small piece of it? And do we have a built-in true-up mechanism? Maybe in the past, we also had projects that overran. And because those historic projects overran, the potential for overruns is kind of already built into the math of the formula. Projects tend to overrun more than they underrun. So
100% of the time.
Yeah.
Okay. Those are my only questions.
Yeah. So I guess my point was really that I don't disagree that could lead to slightly more depreciation being taken, but I feel like the percentage method for applying a depreciation rate to utility assets is it's an established model, and I believe it works fairly well, even given the fact that you can have some individual projects overrun.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman. I'm gonna try and whack away at the same subject and see where we land. Can we pull up Mr. Johnson's supplemental direct testimony? I think it's hearing exhibit 119 at page 13, line 17. And I think Mr. Mueller, what he said is that the company is accruing $70 million per year in negative net salvage value and taking it out of the business in the form of free cash flow. Is that right? That seems like a very large number. And I guess I can go to Mr. Johnson and clear it up, but just curious of your view. And can you pull that
Yeah.
exhibit up?
Yes, you said 119 and then the page number again?
13.
Yeah, I didn't understand the reference to taking that out of the business as free cash flow. I'll wait until I see the exhibit though.
Page 13. Line 17. All right. So you see the 70 million and the 400 million there?
I do.
So where does so that 70 million, oh geez, I forget where he said it, but I think Mr. Johnson said it, and I think you said it in your answers to Commissioner Gilman. It's basically just free cash flow in any given year that you can use to pay dividends, pay off debt, invest in the business. But it's cash, and I guess where Mr. Johnson references this is in the credit metrics and the free the cash flow obligations on the credit metrics. He says this is available as free cash flow as the rating agencies define it. But it's that right. It's just the $70 million a year is just cash that you're using to fund your business.
So maybe like to take a step back to depreciation, any type of depreciation it's a non-cash component of income. You know, it's what we refer to as return of investment as opposed to return on. Difference being when we build the pipeline, the cash goes out the door on day one, and we kind of get the return of in future years. This is a little bit opposite. We're collecting it as we go, with the removal cost being at the end of it. I agree that it's free cash flow, but it is also countering the investment that the company is making in the business.
I see, but it's $70 million more than what you needed to earn a return on the actual investment, right? That's paid off 100% elsewhere, and this in 2024 and 2025 is $70 million in additional cash, not income, that is available to the company to spend as it wants. Is that intuition more or less correct?
Correct. And in return, customers would get a weighted average cost of capital return on that because it's reducing rate base.
Right. So there's a gap entry in the form of negative rate base that over time accrues.
Yeah, I would call it a rate base offset, but looking only at this one, it would be a negative rate base component.
All right. And the $400 million that you talked about with Commissioner Gilman and that Mr. Johnson references here is the amount that's accrued historically.
Correct.
All right. You can take this down.
Okay.
And so there's no reserve or trust as you referred. This is just, it's taken out, it's allocated as the company sees fit, and then out of future cash flow and revenue, it would be paid off. There'd be an offset at the time you need to fund this, at least a gap rate base, however you want to describe it, an accounting offset in the future from which you'd fund this, right?
an accounting offset. I would say it's an accounting offset today, not only in
Right.
the future.
But the only thing carried forward is the negative rate base. There's no cash carried forward.
Correct. Correct.
Okay. And in your supplemental direct testimony, and we don't have to pull this up unless it's useful, at page 15, line 12, you talk about how it is highly unlikely that the cumulative value of all decommissioning removal reserve exceeds the book value of all plant and service, resulting in negative rate base for the entire gas business. But right now, according to Mr. Lugo, and I think in response to Commissioner Gilman, you said there's negative net salvage value of 3.7 billion and total net book value of depreciable plant and service is 4.4 billion. So given those rough order of magnitudes, I don't see why it's unlikely.
I guess I would call it you're using the net book value for the plant, but then the gross value of the decommissioning. So I guess I would argue that the more appropriate ratio would be the gross value of plant and gross of the, but point taken.
Okay. And then I would just reiterate what Commissioner Gilman said. I mean, based on the conversation with Mr. Berman yesterday and the sales forecast used by Mr. Matley in a supplemental direct, it seems like the company is agreeing that sales are going to be significantly declining over the coming years. So if we have these large decommissioning removal expenditures and sales are going to decline maybe precipitously, it seems like there's a decent risk we're not going to have the cash and revenue to fund the decommissioning. I mean, who knows, but it seems like it's a material risk.
I'll just say, I think that's the perfect Paul Johnson question, is in terms of how material is a $3.7 billion decommissioning to the company's ongoing cash flows.
$4 billion rate base.
Yeah.
At page 6, line 28 of your supplemental direct, you say that a reserve fund would be highly unusual and complex for natural gas assets. But I don't follow why it would be complex. Instead of allocating the dollars out of the company as free cash flow to use as it sees fit, why couldn't we order the exact same dollars go into a reserve fund? Can you help me understand why it would be highly complex?
I think the complexity really comes from predicting the return. So the company does it for its nuclear decommissioning trust. There's a couple layers of overhead on it in terms of the fund management. And I would say the complexity comes from predicting the return, investment mix, cash flows out of the trust. It isn't impossible. It's, it is done. It's more just to recognize that you have to layer on the projections in terms of future return, and will the return be in the right spot at the intersection of when you want to take that cash out. Not insurmountable complex. It's more just, is there more value in allowing the cash to flow through the entity and flow into places where cash is needed? If it's in a separate trust, you're trying to land a plane in the future on the funding amount, which it is, you can refine it as you go, but you're continuously monitoring the return on the assets, whether in a good year where asset returns are high, a down year where they might be low, and then saying, how is that gonna end up in terms of the total available in the trust relative to what I need to fund all of my costs of removal at those points in the future. And is it a single point in the future? Is it multiple points in the future? There's just a lot of variables. And hopefully as we get closer to that point, the number of variables goes away or shrinks a little bit, or we have more predictability in terms of what does decommissioning look like over what time horizon? Is it partial? Is it, are there different methods? You know, I'm assuming that in this model, we are not going to decommission with exactly the same mix that we use today, but I can't tell you for sure what it is. It might go, you know, there's not only an assumption around whether we have to remove pipe, whether we cap it, but there's also the discussion of capping a pipe is pretty much a cost, whether it's a 10-foot pipe or a 100-foot pipe, it costs almost the same to cut, cap, purge that section of pipe. So variables around predictability on, are we retiring larger sections of pipe in the future? Is it the same as what we do today? Does the mix change? I think those are all the variables that we're trying to work through as we do this depreciation and decommissioning study. And which of those variables have the most significant impact on cost? Because we're talking about a system of, I believe it's 25,000 miles of pipe. So.
I mean, I get that the trust fund, reserve fund, whatever you want to call it, could be too big, could be too small, but that uncertainty and risk, which you can address in real time during the course of 20 or 30 years, seems way less risky to me than, you know, getting a multi-billion-dollar liability with no cash and no revenue to fund it. So when I look at the risks, they seem very asymmetric. Any comments on that evolving view of the world?
I think I would just say that we are a multi-state, multi-company utility that has both gas and electric operations. I would say that as it's not a nothing concern for us, but if we were a standalone gas utility that didn't have cash flow generated from other operations, it's a different level of risk.
Are you telling me Northern States Power all electric business is going to bail out the Colorado natural gas business?
All I'm saying is that even at the PSCO level, we have an electric business and we have a gas business. And we issue equity at the total Excel level, and we issue debt, you know, both at Excel level and at the operating company level.
So I get you're going to work on a depreciation study with staff to try and resolve this. And I understand that there's concerns with reducing free cash flow in terms of the credit metrics. But if this commission wanted to phase in a trust fund in an incremental way and in order of coming out of this case, would you have any additional advice or concerns for us?
My advice would be talk to Mr. Johnson about it.
All right. That's all I got. Thank you, Mr. Mueller.
Okay.
Redirect Ms. Brahma.
Just fairly briefly, thank you. Mr. Mueller, I think it's important that we're clear here on kind of relative scale of what we're talking about with respect to decommissioning costs. And you referenced earlier the need to compare net plant to net, I believe it was net plant to net decommissioning as opposed to gross to net. Could you maybe just speak to that and make sure we have a good sense of the relative scale of what we're talking about here in terms of future decommissioning costs on a net to net or gross to gross basis?
Well, gross plant, you know, we look at the value of our plant, like what was the original cost of it, and then we subtract depreciation off of it. You have the gross amount, which is about 8 billion. We have the net amount, which I'm not going to remember the exact number. It was four something, I believe, that was referred to in this case. And I look at it as when I put a pipe in the ground, that's the kind of the dollars that we put in on day one, and that shrinks over time. The decommissioning or the removal cost is going to increase over time. So it's a little bit of just understanding, like, what's the right ratio? the estimated future decommissioning cost of 3.7, I just view it as more appropriate to the original cost of what we invested in it, as opposed to the amount that we originally invested in it, less what we've already depreciated it down.
Okay.
It wasn't to minimize the reference to that. It was just, I think of it more as total cost to buy and install the equipment, total cost to remove it.
Okay. And with respect to the specific costs of removal, whether it's, I should be very careful here, in terms of cost of physical removal versus retire in place, would you be more comfortable deferring to Mr. Gardner or Ms. Gilliland as to why those costs are what they are and how they're determined?
I would, yes, thank you.
And as we're talking about the upcoming depreciation study, do you anticipate this will be the company's only depreciation or decommissioning studies in the years ahead as we're looking at the future of the gas system?
Yeah, I don't. As I talk to, the way we do it currently is based on our historic cost to remove and the assumption that those continue forward, that how work is performed, the mix of work. My expectation that as we're going to go through the 6 month, and at some point there's going to be a need to do probably some type of a separate engineering study if there are alternative methods, because the current model is that we rely on the past methods for how we decommission, and that the future looks like the past. I just want to be cautious in that if we have to conduct some type of a complex decommissioning study with an engineering firm, that is something that we can't accomplish likely within a 6 month period.
I guess
those will evolve over time.
Right. I guess my question is, if we're talking about the future of the gas system over decades here, there will be, I guess I don't want to assume, but in your view, will there be opportunities to take incremental steps to address these concerns as more information becomes available, every several years over the life of the assets?
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a new path for us as a company.
Okay.
Like going down a path that doesn't assume the future looks like the past.
There was a fair amount of discussion, of course, about a trust versus a reserve. And maybe just to get our terms clear, when we say reserve, do we mean a liability?
Well, trust is separate, isolated. I have used the term reserved. More appropriately would be probably reserve is a little bit of a generic term that could encompass either a trust. You could say there's a balance sheet reserve, which is a regulatory liability on our books for the other one.
Mm-hmm.
I think it depends on your definition of the term reserve.
Well, and that's why I asked, Mr. Mueller. I want to make sure that our record is as clear as it can be. So maybe if you could just confirm from a accounting, but I'm talking about for purposes of customers and determining, how this is accounted for in this context, not just a GAAP accounting, but generate making. Are you able to address how does the company currently characterize what it has in available for future decommissioning costs?
We characterize it as the reserve, depreciation reserve is
Okay.
how we characterize it as a company.
And is it separately accounted for in the company's books and records?
It is separately accounted for on our books and records.
Okay, and how does it affect what we characterize as rate base at this time?
It reduces or offsets rate base because it would be a credit balance, funds that have come in that reduce the rate base of the company.
Okay, and why does the company maintain it as an offset to rate base if it's really? I'm want to make sure we understand the relationship between free cash flow, but still having a liability on the company's books that's offsetting rate base, and why we do. If you could explain why we do that, if it's just free cash flow.
Why we keep the separate reserve?
Yes.
It's really to make sure that we are attributing it back to the customers that it's that contributed. In this case, that reserve is specific to individual sub-accounts within our gas system. So we have a separate reserve for pipes than we do for station equipment. And the reserve is different even by size of pipe and transmission versus distribution. What that does is ensures that when you're looking at different classes of customers and who contributed the dollars, that it kind of flows back and gets attributable in future rate cases relative to the assets that it's attributable, which align with customer classes.
Okay. And I think you addressed with the commissioners why a trust would be complex, but I'm wondering if you could also address why it may be more expensive for customers than the way the company is currently doing it. And I'm not talking so much about cost of capital. We'll let Mr. Johnson speak to that. I'm just talking about the management of a trust and returns specific to the trust.
Yeah, it's in what I've seen, there's a trustee, there's a fiduciary that would actually hold the trust and the dollars and is responsible for any distributions in and out of it. There is also a fund manager. Think of it more like your own personal investment advisor that's determining the right mix of funds. And then they are basing that mix of funds, how much in debt, equity, cash. That also has to be integrated with a more detailed forecast of future cash flows. So there's the layer in terms of assessing future cash flows, layering that onto the investment strategy, and then the trustee that is actually the bank that holds the securities.
And would that trust then offset rate base the way the current reserve or regulatory liability does?
It doesn't, because the trust is no longer the company's money, it's the trust money. So it isn't that customers get the advantage that they will get the returns that are earned by the investments in the trust, but they would not then get the rate base offset attributable to it. So there are offsets. It just creates more, it's funded and looked at differently because you're relying on, in today's world, we give customers the return real time. They have $400 million on it. We are giving them $400 million times our weighted average cost of capital. As opposed to that, it would be putting money in a trust and relying on the actual return of it, and then changing or managing contributions to align with where you want to end up at a date in the future.
And is there any guarantee that those market returns would be at or above the company's weighted average cost of capital currently applied to the reserve?
No guarantees, just like with any investment, but.
Okay. I think the only other thing I want to ask you, just going back to UCA's questions super quickly, is why do you rely on the FERC uniform system of account for purposes of categorizing, in that case, plan held for future use?
It's kind of the established baseline for whether it be for the state of Colorado, whether it's for our wholesale customers with jurisdictions. It ensures that we are kind of all playing by the same set of rules in how we classify our costs. So what constitutes plant in service, what constitutes plant held for future use, what is considered CWIP. FERC gives us the accounts, they gives us the definitions. We layer in our policies into that as well. But it's more to make sure that we all understand the language and the interpretation and definition.
And then lastly, is it your understanding that the Colorado's Public Utilities Commission typically follows the FERC uniform system of account?
Object to that question. I think it's outside the scope of my cross-examination. I also think it's vague in the way that it's phrased, what the Colorado Commission generally does. There's no type of proceeding, no proceeding referenced.
Can you rephrase, Ms. Brahma?
Sure. Mr. Mueller, is there a place in this record where we can look at to see whether or not this commission has historically followed the FERC uniform system of account with respect to land held for future use?
I can say specific to plant held for future use. The commission has followed and we have followed FERC in how we present it.
Is there a witness who talks about that with respect to the determination of rate base?
Yes, Art Freitas can talk about that. And also how our revenue requirement that we file in this case aligns with the FERC chart of accounts as well.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Mueller. You're excused. Who's next? Ms. Scheller.
Good afternoon. For the record, Valerie Herring appearing on behalf of Public Service.
Welcome. Ms. Scheller, I can't see your camera. But if you could hold up your right hand, even though I can't see it, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And you can put your hand down. Is anyone in the room with you or communicating with you in any way?
They are not.
If that changes, you'll let us know.
I will.
Back to you, Ms. Herring.
Oh, there we go.
Oh,
Sorry
there you
about
are.
that. Good afternoon, Ms. Scheller. Can you please state and spell your name for the record? I can. My name is Megan Scheller, MEGANSCHELLER. And by whom are you employed and in what position? I'm employed by Excel Energy Services, and my position is Senior Director of Product Management. Did you prepare direct testimony and attachments in this proceeding that have been marked as hearing exhibit 111? I have. And did you also prepare rebuttal testimony in this proceeding that's been marked as hearing exhibit 132? I did. Do you have any corrections to your testimony or your attachments? Not at this time. As Ms. Scheller's testimony and attachments have been previously entered into the evidence, Ms. Scheller is available for cross-examination.
Mr. Bunker, I have 40 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Scheller.
Good afternoon.
My name is Greg Bunker, and I represent the utility consumer advocate in this case. I'd like to talk to you a bit about your rebuttal testimony. And if we could pull up hearing exhibit 132, your rebuttal testimony, and turn to page 5, lines 1 through 8. And here in lines 1 through 8, you indicate you are responding to UCA and staff testimony regarding the company's capital investments associated with the private long-term evolution, or the private LTE project, and Public Services proposed information technology deferral proposal, or the IT deferral. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. If we could pull up now hearing exhibit 500, and this is UCA witness Mr. Skluzak's testimony. And if we could go to page 102. Page 102 at the bottom of the page, lines 13 to 17. And here Mr. Skluzak states, in July of 2023, Xcel Energy announced it would be using Nokia's private LTE network communications technologies for its 8-state territory, including Colorado, to modernize its electric grid. And in the first line there, he answers this question that it is his assumption that this private LTE project is the same network that Xcel Energy is deploying enterprise-wide. And my question to you is whether his assumption is accurate.
We are deploying the private LTE network enterprise-wide.
Okay, thank you. And is it correct that the private LTE network is a redundant communications network that's not designed to replace the existing wireless network for Piesco gas?
The redundancy of the private network comes into play as we have access to the third-party network still, but we'll only be using it when needed, and that's when the redundancy will come into play.
Okay, so this new network does not replace the old network. It is a system that will keep the existing network as a redundant backup system. Is that roughly characterized right?
Let me just restate from my understanding. So the private network is a network that we are building, obviously, from a private aspect. We will have access, maintain access to the third-party network, and we'll be using when needed.
Okay, if we could turn to page 106 of Mr. Skluzak's testimony at lines 18 to 21. Here he contends that Piesco is asking ratepayers to pay for both the private LTE project plus the existing wireless system from third-party vendors, which will be kept as a redundant backup system, and to pay for them now and before the private LTE project is used and useful. Do you see that?
I do see that.
And public service currently uses two third-party public communication providers, correct?
Correct.
And referring to your rebuttal testimony now, hearing exhibit 132, at page 15, lines 1 to 7, here you indicate the company would still have the ability to access the third-party networks as needed in order to ensure connectivity for the company's operations, such as during outages, without incurring the cost of the full-time access to the third-party networks. Is that right?
That's correct.
And is it correct that the company has not executed contracts which spells out this third-party arrangement and its understanding with its third-party vendors?
So what is known is that the company will be paying for as needed basis, and that will be something that will be documented.
Okay, my question is, it has not yet executed contracts regarding this part-time arrangement, or as you put it, as needed basis with these third-party vendors. Is that right?
I cannot fully answer that question.
All right, let's go to our box.com account, if you will, please. Hearing exhibit 525. And this is Public Services discovery response to UCA 30-10. And you're the sponsor of this response, correct?
Correct.
I'd move to admit hearing exhibit 525.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted.
And is it correct in the response, subpart A, that says such contracts have not been executed at the time of this response?
That is what's stated.
And what is Piesco's estimate of the future costs to use its third-party vendor networks on a part-time basis?
I do not have future costs of that third-party basis.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I have a couple of questions that concern a confidential document. And is now a good time? It fits in with the discussion, but we would need to go into a confidential session.
How long's can you do this at the end of your cross when we take a break, or do you need it to do it now?
I could do it at the end if that works best for you, for all the parties.
And just for all the parties, if you could give us like 24 hours notice before you bring up confidential exhibits, so we can clear the room in a managed way, that'd be greatly appreciated. So, Mr. Bunker, if you could complete your non-confidential cross, and then we'll probably take how long is your confidential cross?
Oh, I would say perhaps 5-10 minutes at the very most. And that's assuming that you or the other commissioners may have a couple of questions or some redirect while we're in the confidential session. So I would think, say 10 to 15 minutes, assuming all of those folks involved in the discussion. My questions probably say 5 minutes.
All right. Let's if we could do the rest of your cross now, and then around 3 or whenever you finish your cross, we'll take a 20 or 30-minute break, and then we'll use 10 or 15 minutes of that to do the confidential session. So
okay,
keep going if you would.
Yes, thank you. If we could now refer to hearing exhibit 500, and that is Mr. Skluzak's answer testimony at page 107, lines 1 to 6. And here Mr. Skluzak discusses the used and useful principle, right?
Correct.
And if we could turn to Skluzak answer testimony attachment 49. And you could scroll to the bottom of the document where it shows the sponsors. You are one of the sponsors to Public Services response to CPUC Discovery Request 2-5, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and if we could kind of go to the middle of the break between page 1 and 2 and subparagraph C. Thank you. And in subparagraph C, Piesco responded in discovery that the private LTE project and the PHFU in question is plant that is used and useful, but the larger project for which it is intended is not yet in service. Is that right?
That's what it states.
An objection is outside the scope of this witness's testimony. I believe this part of the discovery response is from
All right, who is speaking? I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Yeah, Miss, I can't hear you either.
Let me try something else.
Is this better?
Much.
Okay, sorry. I apologize for that. Stating an objection here that this is outside the scope of this witness's testimony. This discovery response is sponsored by multiple company witnesses. This particular part of the discovery response, I believe, is being sponsored by company witness Freitas.
Mr. Bunker, are you willing to ask your questions on this exhibit to Mr. Freitas?
Well, I believe this witness does go into testimony regarding used and usefulness of the system. And she is one of the sponsors to this particular discovery response. And while I may have additional questions for Mr. Freitas, I guess it's pronounced Freitas, after this discussion, but I think it is relevant and reasonable to ask this witness this question.
Objection overruled, and we'll see what the witness says. Do you need the question reread, Ms. Scheller?
Yes, that would be appreciated.
So in the response to subparagraph C, Piasco responded in discovery that the private LTE project and the PHFU in question is plant that is used and useful, but the larger project for which it is intended is not yet in service. And I believe you answered correct.
That's what is stated.
And in the response to subparagraph E, Public Service responded that the private LTE project is rights to access wireless spectrum, so it is currently operational, and that the wireless spectrum access, is needed ahead of the stages being placed in service, which is why it is placed in PHFU. Is that right?
As was stated.
So as the various stages are completed and placed into service, is it your understanding the PHFU balance will be transferred to plant and service?
I am not the right witness to answer that question on how it will be placed. I can speak to the project timeline and where we are within it, but Mr. Freitas is much better to speak to that.
Okay, I can ask him about that, but you say you can talk about the project timeline, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so let me ask you, referring to your rebuttal testimony on page 19, lines 4 through 6, here you indicate, to date, the company has deployed 2 cellular towers in its service territory, one located on Lookout Mountain and the other located at the company's material distribution center. Is that right?
Correct.
And if we turn to page 21, I'm sorry, I'm looking for your table MNR or MNS-R-1 in your rebuttal testimony, and I thought it was on page 21, but
Page 19, I think, on the bottom.
Yeah, it's on 19. Thank you for your help there. And here, these 2 sites were completed in 2023. Is that right?
Correct.
More specifically, these 2 sites were deployed on the very last day of 2023, on December 31, 2023, correct?
That's when they were in service.
And under the company's year-end rate-based method, the full amount of $4.9 million will be included in the company's revenue requirement. Is that right?
I would defer to Mr. Freitas to confirm that.
Well, let's look at your testimony. Direct testimony, table MDS.5.
Do you have a page number?
Let me see here. I believe it's page 41. Okay, this is your direct testimony, and it is table MNS-D-5. And if I look at the various project names and I look down at the third line from the top, private LTE shows $4.9 million, right?
That's correct.
And these are enhancing capability capital additions, right?
That's correct.
So is it accurate that under the company's year-end rate base method, the full amount of $4.9 million will be included in the company's revenue requirement?
As stated, yes.
Okay. And by deployed, what is it accurate that this would mean the company has completed all the tests in a testing procedure, which then enables the company to eventually proceed with its device deployment scheduled later in 2024?
There are testing that happens as devices and counties are going into place. So that is something that is a rolling process within the deployment.
Okay. And referring to your rebuttal testimony at page 8, lines 15 to 19, here you assert that Mr. Skluzak's answer testimony did not argue that the private LTE project costs were imprudent and that he did not question the implementation or scope of the project. Is that right?
That's what's stated.
And if we could turn to Mr. Skluzak's testimony at page 105. You'll see a long question there that Mr. Skluzak poses to himself starting on page 3. And it starts, do you believe it's prudent and just and reasonable for Piesco's ratepayers to be burdened with the additions to rate base in the form of the private LTE network and the annual expenses to the third-party telecommunication companies for a backup and redundant communications network? Would you agree the first word on line 9 is no?
I agree.
We could go back to your rebuttal testimony at page 14. And starting on line 13, here Mr. Skluzak identifies issues or other concerns regarding the project, right?
Correct.
We could go back to line page 10. Of your testimony, lines 13 to 17. And here you discuss one of the primary benefits of having a private LTE network is the security of information related to Piesco's natural gas distribution system. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is it correct that in your testimony in this proceeding, you did not address specific instances where the security of the system or security of information related to Piesco's natural gas system was an issue?
I would assume that's true.
All right. And here again on lines 13 to 17 here on page 3, you you discussed this security of information as we just discussed. Does Piesco's present third-party public communication vendors have an obligation to Piesco to maintain the security of the information transmitted on their network?
They have a level of obligation, yes, I would assume so.
And is it your understanding Piesco's present third-party public communication vendors encrypt data passing through their networks?
That is my understanding.
And is it your understanding that Piesco's present third-party public communication vendors both use wireless technology?
Yes.
And these third-party vendors and the private LTE system will use the same wireless technology, which is presently LTE and moving to a 5G network. Is that right?
Yes.
And are these third-party communication network providers redundant of each other?
I cannot answer that.
I'm sorry, you cannot?
Are they redundant of each other?
Yes.
No, I cannot answer that.
I'm sorry, maybe it's my hearing, but you cut out. I just didn't quite.
Yeah, I'm not understanding if you can repeat the question.
Oh, okay. In other words, the communication network providers currently used, are they redundant of each other? In other words, they each have the obligation to maintain the security of the information, and they are able to overlay on top of each other to where the information is maintained as secure.
Yes, they provide similar services that are redundant in nature.
Okay. And referring to your rebuttal testimony on page 17, and here you talk about the future on lines 5 through 8. You talk about the future expansion of devices that are integral to our natural gas operations. Do you see that?
Yes.
And by devices, you are referring to your rebuttal testimony where, and we can flip back to this. Why don't we? Page 10, lines 13 to 17, and this is your table, MNR-1. And it is not on page 10, I'm sorry.
19.
19, thank you. And the column that states gas devices per site, the third column over, do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
So when you refer to devices, you're referring to these gas devices per site in this table, is that right?
I'm talking about the growth of the devices. This is both the known devices as well as what is projected into the future.
Okay. If we look at just above the table on line 10, you indicate before the end of 2024, the company plans to install approximately 236 devices. Are these the devices that you're referring to?
Correct.
Okay. And these will be connected to the two towers that ultimately support the gas business. Is that right?
Yes.
Would it be accurate to say that these devices are not intended to be used directly by gas customers as their individual communication services?
I'd say the broader network supports both electric and gas customers will benefit it as well.
Well, what I really meant by that is that say you or I as an individual gas customer, we can't use this for our individual communication services, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, if we could go to page 5 of your rebuttal testimony. And once again, at lines 5 through 5 or 11 through 16, rather, you talk about the IT deferral issues, and you indicate the company's request to track and defer recovery of depreciation expense and interest associated with incremental aging technology and cybersecurity capital additions placed in service between January 1, 2024, and in parens, you have the end of the test year approved by the commission and the implementation of the final rates in the company's next natural gas rate case. See that?
Yes.
And so we all have an understanding of the length of time between January 1, 2024 and the implementation of final rates in the company's next natural gas rate case. When does Piesco plan to file its next gas rate case?
Mr. Fridas or another witness would best answer that.
Okay, well, based on your knowledge, are we looking at 1 year, 2 years, 5 years?
Objection, asked and answered.
This is a different question, counsel.
I believe it's the same question. You asked her previously whether or not she was aware of when the company would be filing its next rate case, and she said that was not within her knowledge.
I think you objected before he even finished his question. So go ahead. Can you re-ask your question, Mr. Bunker?
Sure. So we have an understanding of the length of time between January 1, 2024 and the implementation of the final rates in the company's next natural gas rate case. When does Piesco plan to file its next gas rate case?
I mean, that was the question she didn't know, but go ahead. You can answer again.
I'm going to respond with the same. Mr. Fridas or another witness is better to answer that.
Thank you. If we could turn to page 26 of your rebuttal testimony. And at lines 13 to 15 in your testimony, that we know that our investments will ultimately be reviewed in a later proceeding for reasonableness and prudence. Do you see that?
Yes.
Over the last 10 years, are you aware of any instance when Piesco's IT investments were challenged for reasonableness and prudency?
Well, I believe that we're reviewing that on, for example, private LTE as we speak. And that's part of the process that we go through in the rate case review.
So you're saying that you consider this to be a prudency review of the IT deferral program?
Objection, mischaracterizes her testimony.
I'm not sure it did, Your Honor.
Can you repeat the question?
Over the last 10 years, are you aware of any instances where any of Piesco's IT investments were challenged for reasonableness and prudency? And she answered, this is a rate case and looking at, or this is a case looking at the reasonableness and prudency. And so then my follow-up question was, so are you saying that this rate case is a prudency review of Piesco's IT investments?
I'm sorry, the word he used was IT deferral.
Well, that's a good question. You can answer that question, Ms. Scheller.
I have no objection to that question as stated. I had an objection to him stating it was to the IT deferral.
believe it's our obligation to defend and look at the reasonableness of our investments as part of this process.
Okay. And so over the last 10 years, are you aware of any instance where any of Piesco's IT investments were disallowed by the commission?
I do not have knowledge of that.
Okay. Is it correct that Piesco withdrew its IT deferral request in the settlement in Piesco's last electric rate case, which was 20AL-0049G?
I believe that to be true.
And with that, Mr. Chairman, I am finished with my cross-examination, but for the confidential questions.
All right. Ms. Kunkel, how long do you need to set up the confidential session?
I'll just need someone from the company to verify the parties on Zoom first, and then it'll just take me a minute or so. I just have to verify that the live stream is paused.
All right, so for the public session, let's reconvene at 3:30. And what do you need us to do? Do we need to log off and log on, or is there a separate Zoom link?
Nope, they could just stay here, and as long as everyone on the screen now is allowed to be on, then we can just go right into it. I just need a minute to turn off live stream.
All right, if people who are not supposed to be on could drop off, that'd be great. Commissioner Plant, any questions for Ms. Scheller?
Just one quick question. You were talking about the LTE system that would be used for both the electric and the gas system, and I'm assuming this is for the Durham's VPP communications to assist with development of that program. Is that correct?
Yeah, this is our network that helps supports our field devices, both electric and gas.
Okay, so I was wondering, is that one of the components that would be included in the rider that was approved in the legislation that passed last year?
The private LTE portion of it?
Yeah, the costs associated with the communications protocols that are established through the LTE system.
I am not aware of what was included in that rider, if this portion of that was in it.
Okay, and so this would be what the company attributes the gas component of that system would be in this rate case, and the other components would be, but you're not sure if that would be worked into the rider or not.
Yeah, so the network is being deployed across our service territory. What's being allocated in this rate case is the gas portion of PSCO is being attributed to in this rate case. I am not aware of what I would assume that if we're asking for it here, it's not part of that rider, but I would defer.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Commissioner Gutman.
Hi, good afternoon, Ms. Scheller.
Good afternoon.
Just a couple of questions. So as I understand it now, like the SCADA device is related to the LTE issue. The SCADA devices that you have right now are connected to these third-party networks, but they will remain connected to the third-party networks essentially as a backup, even once you deploy your LTE network.
Yes.
So just curious from a security standpoint, I understand kind of the information security associated or flowing to or from these devices as being part of the company's motivation. But I'm curious, does that actually substantially change if the devices stay connected to a third-party network?
Yeah. So today we are heavily reliant on that third party to manage the security. We will maintain access and use their network as necessary, but the data transfer and the monitoring will be something that's in a private nature in the new network. So we will be able to have that closed and additional monitoring available that we don't have today due to the public nature of it.
Okay, so so it's the actual transmission of data. So if you just have it as a backup, is all of the information to or from or contained in the device totally inaccessible to the third-party network unless you push that information out?
Correct. So we will have access to it, but we will not be sharing that, to my knowledge. This is where we'll probably get a little bit more to a piece of it, but we'll have access to their network and we'll share that data as necessary, but we won't be using it unless it's needed.
Okay. Can you tell me what's the total cost of the LTE project?
So the total cost, and I don't have the exact cost in front of me. I know the question earlier was specifically asking around the spectrum itself, in which we're looking to recover as part of this rate case. The total cost of the spectrum for the life is $80 million that we are associating across the jurisdictions.
Okay, so when we see that, I think it's okay. So how you indicated in your rebuttal testimony that the Colorado Gas Utility will only bear a portion of the cost that's allocated to it pursuant to the company's established cost allocation procedures. Can you be more specific about what that allocation percentage is and what cost allocation procedure upon which it's based?
So I am probably not the best one to answer our allocation model. I would defer to Mr. Friedas for that. What the company is using, what has been guided, or excuse me, what we are using for the project is what's been guided by the allocation model, which has been predetermined by the company. But I would defer to Mr. Fritas for that.
Okay. Yeah, I'm happy to ask him more specific questions. I just want to maybe follow up with one or two to make sure the parts of this, that I'm not kind of skipping over. So that it sounds like some sort of more general cost allocation framework.
Correct.
Fair to your understanding?
Yes.
As I understand the systems relative to each other, it seems to me that the electric system would have far more interoperable, intelligent information sharing devices than the gas system. Is that a fair assumption?
I think the assumption is there. I think when we think through not only the current devices, but potential devices for additional monitoring, additional security, I think that it benefits both electric and gas. I do think there's obviously increasing expansion on the electric side is a fair statement. And which is why the gas portion is much smaller than the electric, which is being allocated.
Yeah, I'm not really talking about expansion of the system, but more or less the number of actual devices on each system that will interact with the LTE. Strikes me would be far more devices on the electric system. Do you think that's a fair assumption?
I do not have the device count split out of electric and gas, so I can't make that assumption.
It's at least my understanding that the SCADA system on the gas side is somewhat limited in terms of actual monitoring points. Is that fair?
I think that would be, I can't make that assumption.
Okay, those are my only questions.
I do not have anything for Ms. Scheller, so Ms. Herring, redirect.
Yes, thank you, Chair Blank. Just a couple. Ms. Scheller, UCA Council asked you a series of questions about the redundancy of the private LTE network with the existing third-party network. Do you recall those questions?
I do.
Once the private LTE network is fully deployed, when will the company be using the third-party network?
The company will only be using the third-party network as needed in those outages.
So in other words, will the third-party network be a fully redundant network to the private LTE network the company is deploying?
No, the company will only use it when our network is not available.
And does the fact that the company hasn't executed contracts with the third-party networks at this time change your understanding?
It does not. Based off all of the discussions up until this point, we're proceeding as planned.
UCA Council also asked you a series of questions about the obligation of the third-party LTE network to maintain the security of the company's data and other data on the system. Do you recall those questions?
I do.
And do you recall whether the company answered discovery that was very similar to the questions that the UCA Council asked you?
I do.
And if I can pull up from box hearing exhibit 141.
I only see exhibits up to 140 in your box.
Oh, shoot. Just 1 second, please. The company believes they are in the box. Perhaps refresh. I think they were just recently put in.
Just try to refresh and just give me a second.
Okay, thank you. And I'm actually looking for hearing exhibits. Oh, there we go. Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Thank you for your patience. Ms. Scheller, is the discovery response that you were referring to discovery request UCA 30-3?
That's correct.
And looking at the question here that's asked on subpart A, asked whether or not third-party communication networks have an obligation to maintain the security of information transmitted on their network. Do you recall what you responded to that question?
Yes, similar to what's stated here.
And I noticed that there's a highly confidential attachment to this. So can you just speak to the answer that's in subpart A?
Yes, I think as we think through, not only as previously discussed, is the access to the data, but also the increasing security and monitoring that's necessary for devices.
And I'd move admission of this exhibit without the confidential attachment.
Any objections? All right, Mr. Bunker?
No objection.
So moved.
One last question, Ms. Scheller. Did the company evaluate the costs of continuing to use the third-party network into the future as opposed to deploying a private LTE network?
Yes, future cost was definitely part of the evaluation of not only maintaining our existing third party as well as looking at our private access. And the reality of the evaluation is with the future growth of the devices and the planned expansion of the business needs, it's just not financially viable to be reliant solely on our third party vendors.
Thank you. Nothing further for this witness.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Scheller. You may be excused. I think the next witness is Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, can you hold up your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You can put your hand down. Is anybody with you or communicating with you in any way?
No.
If that changes, you'll let us know.
Yes.
Back to you, Ms. Brahma.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Johnson. Would you please spell your name for the record?
PAULJOHNSON.
And what is your title, please?
Vice President, Treasurer, and Investor Relations.
Thank you. Did you cause to be submitted into this case your direct testimony as hearing exhibit 103, your supplemental direct testimony as hearing exhibit 119, and your rebuttal testimony as hearing exhibits 126?
Yes.
That testimony has already been admitted, so Mr. Johnson is available for cross-examination.
UCA, I had, oh no, PUC, 30 minutes.
Thanks, Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Johnson.
Good
My name is Justin Cox, and I'm a Assistant Attorney General representing trial staff in this proceeding. It's nice to meet you. I don't think we met before. Let's kind of ease into it. I'll start with a little background, just to level set. For its electric operations, Public Service is currently authorized to earn a WACC of 6.95%, correct?
That sounds correct, yes.
And an equity ratio of 55.69%.
Correct.
And ROE of 9.3%.
Correct.
Then on the gas side, the company is currently authorized to earn a WACC of 6.7%.
Correct.
And an equity ratio ranging from 52% to 55%.
Correct.
And again, another range for ROE of 9.2% to 9.5%.
Correct.
And then in this case, the company is requesting a WACC of 7.52%. Is that correct?
Correct.
And an equity ratio of 55%.
Correct.
And an ROE, which is changed since your direct testimony, but as of your rebuttal testimony, 10.1%. Is that correct? And according to your rebuttal testimony, the company is making these proposals to maintain current credit ratings to allow the company to raise capital at a reasonable cost. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And looking at the credit ratings, has Public Service experienced any credit rating downgrades because of its last gas rate case?
No.
And have there been any credit rating downgrades because of its last electric rate case?
No, but the credit ratings are on negative outlook at SPS or S&P, excuse me.
S&P. But again, that outlook was not because of either the last gas rate case or the last electric rate case.
Correct.
It was related to wildfire risk, including litigation.
Correct.
And the company hasn't had any problem attracting capital at a reasonable cost since those cases.
Correct. The credit spreads have widened compared to some of our other companies in the recent 2 years, but we continue to be able to access capital markets.
And despite the regulatory and business risks that you cited in your testimony, would you agree that Colorado is generally still viewed by the rating agencies as a mostly credit supportive regulatory environment?
I would say that's correct. I would say they view it as less supportive than it used to be.
And it's fair to say that the credit rating agencies, at least in some of the exhibits you provided and their issuance, they're most worried right now about the wildfire risk and associated litigation risk.
Correct.
In looking at your testimony, and if we could bring that up, Ms. Kunkeletz, this is a rebuttal testimony hearing exhibit 126, page 13.
And Mr. Johnson, I'll just remind you to please keep your voice up.
Yeah, we can focus on that table. Mr. Johnson, as part of your rebuttal, you ran 7 credit metric scenarios to determine each scenario's impact on the credit levels of Public Service, including the cost of the proposals from staff or the impact of the proposals from staff and UCA, correct?
Correct.
And based on your analyses, would you agree that a higher equity ratio will result in better credit metrics?
Yes.
Now, for each of these calculations, you've applied the equity ratio that's either been approved or proposed for the gas operations side of the company across the entire balance sheet, including electric operations. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you do not factor in the higher equity ratio that's been approved for the electric operations.
No, we have moved our credit rating that we're managing the company to 55%.
Are you suggesting it's currently at 55%?
Yes.
And so, just to be clear, it was approved for the electric operations at 55.69%. Again, is that right?
That is correct.
And then the max range for gas was 55%.
Correct.
And I think this is new, but your testimony today is that the company, as of today, the equity ratio is at flat 55%.
Approximately, correct.
Approximately. Is it above 55% or not?
Well, it's going to be very close to that. I mean, keep in mind, we try to manage to a 55, but there's always going to be a little bit of a nuance, but we're trying to manage to the 55%. Because keep in mind, it's a consolidated entity and we have to pick one cap structure with which to manage to. And the commission has given us direction that they think that 52 to 55% is the way we should go. And so that's why we moved the credit or the capital structure down to 55%, consistent with what we've asked for in this case.
And do you recall testifying in the last gas rate case that if there was a difference between the equity ratio approved for electric and the ratio approved for gas, that you would use a weighted average?
Yes.
But your testimony now is that that's not the case?
Changing our approach in that we're trying to view as where the intention of the commission is going and trying to make sure that we manage to that level.
Let me skip down. We can talk specifically about the credit metric analyses for UCA, well, particularly staff. But you mentioned UCA here, and if we can, Ms. Kunkel, if you can move down to line 5 through 8. I'll just read it there real quick. Both, and we were talking about UCA and staff's recommendations, both result in cash from operations pre-working capital to debt at approximately 18.5% in 2024 and 19% in 2025. However, you've actually rounded down staff's results. Is that correct?
You have to bring back the table for me to see.
Oh, yeah, if we could move back up to the table, thanks. It's in scenario 7 there, last column.
Well, it's 18.5% and 19%. It appears to be consistent.
The cash from operations pre-working capital to debt?
Okay. Yes. Okay. Sorry. I think that this is supposed to be FFO to debt, but that's probably where the difference is.
Okay. So UCA's cash from operations pre-working capital debt was 18.5 and 19. Staff's was 18.7 and 19.2. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in running the scenario for staff's proposal, you used a composite recommended ROE of 8.89%.
Correct.
Rather than staff's or Dr. Depew's recommended 9%. Is that correct?
Well, this is the composite ROE when you take into consideration the lower ROE on the capacity additions for the gas operations.
And is that a composite based on your understanding that staff recommends applying an 8.89% composite across the board?
I'm not quite sure I think that the 8.89% represents the average of the composition of the two different recommendations.
Okay. But in this case, and so let me just clarify, do you understand Ms. O'Neill's recommendation to apply separate ROEs to separate investments? Particularly, she recommends a separate ROE for new growth investments. Is that correct?
Correct.
And even assuming the 8.89% ROE, the FFO to debt ratio for staff's proposal does not go near 17%, which is the threshold for the downgrade from S&P. Is that correct?
Correct, but it's at the Moody's downgrade threshold of 19%.
Yeah, and with regard to the Moody's downgrade, and the 19% relates to the CFO pre-working capital to debt ratio. It's really only slightly below the 19% for 2024.
Correct.
Is that fair?
Yes, but I would also
2024 is almost over, right?
I would say that it's never admirable. It's never in a good position to be that close to the downgrade threshold. It does not allow any flexibility for any kind of event that might occur.
Such as the wildfire risk?
Well, such as let's say that we had a run up in natural gas prices and we had to defer recovery because of the smoothing mechanism that was put in place because of the legislation. That would likely drive the FFO to debt or CFO to debt below the downgrade threshold.
And that ratio did go down to approximately 17.3% in 2021. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the company did not see a rating downgrade as a result.
That's correct. The rating agencies are not going to necessarily look at 1 year and make a decision. They will look at if they think that this is a trend that's going to continue. So in the case of the Uri situation, they did not downgrade us. That is correct.
So even assuming the 8.89% ROE, unlikely, based on your opinion just now, that they're not going to look necessarily or downgrade just based on that 1 year below the threshold. Is that correct?
I would say that, in my opinion, that is a potential scenario. Obviously, I can't speak for the rating agencies.
And you did not conduct a scenario using the recommended equity ratio at 9%.
No.
But if you had done that, is it fair to say that with that higher ROE, you would expect the credit metric results to have improved?
Yes, slightly.
Slightly. Potentially to 19% or more.
Potentially.
Maybe in 2024. Let me see if I have any other questions. I think we got done early here. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Cox. UCA, I have 60 minutes, so we may not finish, but let's see how far we can get.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, Mr. Johnson.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to discuss some of the same items, maybe in a little more detail and specifically as to the UCA. So if you would just give me a moment to go off camera, I hear a trash truck outside that's probably making it difficult to hear. So I'm going to go off camera for just a moment.
So, Mr. Bunker, I could hear you.
Sorry about that. So much for the fresh air. I've closed the window. Sorry about that. So if we could start with your hearing exhibit number 126, your rebuttal testimony at page 37. And we see a table at the top of the page 37. And this is table PAJ-R-5. And this is Public Services requested WAC per its rebuttal case. Is that right?
Correct.
And here you support a capital structure of 55% equity, 43.18% long-term debt, 1.82% short-term debt, an ROE of 10.10%, with a resulting WACC of 7.52%, correct?
Correct.
And at page 6 of your rebuttal testimony, here you state that you continue to support the same capital structure percentages for equity, long-term debt, and short-term debt ratios as was stated in your direct testimony, correct?
Correct.
However, your rebuttal testimony now supports a lower ROE of 10.10% as compared to your direct testimony recommendation of 10.25%. Is that correct?
Correct.
And your rebuttal testimony now supports a higher WACC of 7.52% as compared to your direct testimony WACC recommendation of 7.50%, right?
Correct.
So the WACC request increased from 7.50% in your direct testimony to 7.52% in your rebuttal testimony, but the capital structure did not change from your direct testimony to your rebuttal testimony, and the ROE is decreased from 10.25% in your direct testimony to 10.10% in your rebuttal testimony. Did I summarize that correctly?
Correct.
And at page 6 of your rebuttal testimony on lines 7 and 8, here you indicate you've updated my recommended cost of long-term debt for known and measurable adjustments related to new debt issuances completed since the filing of my direct testimony. Is that right?
Correct.
So is it accurate then, Mr. Johnson, you did not include any information about the 2024 new debt issuance in your direct testimony?
We had not issued it at that point in time, correct?
So it's a new issue you brought up in rebuttal testimony, correct?
Objection mischaracterizes Mr. Johnson's testimony.
I think I was summarizing his testimony as he stated it.
I think the witness answered the question, so just keep going, Mr.
I'll move
Punker.
on. Thank you. Let's go to page 29 of your rebuttal testimony. And at lines 1 through 18, here you indicate you've updated the cost of long-term debt from 4.05% to 4.27% due to costs associated with the issuance of $1.2 billion in long-term debt that was priced in April of 2024. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And this new debt issuance that you introduced in your rebuttal testimony, that increased the cost of debt and thus increased the company's requested revenue requirement. Is that right?
That is correct.
How much did the company's requested revenue requirement increase as a result of adding this new 2024 debt issuance in Piesco's rebuttal case?
We didn't increase the revenue requirements because we lowered the ROE.
Well, I was going to get to that, but how much did it increase had you not lowered the ROE?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay. And referring to your rebuttal testimony at page 6, lines 7 through 8, here you indicate the company has lowered its proposed ROE to 10.10% to moderate the overall rebuttal requirement. Is that correct?
Correct.
And regarding this testimony that public service required its proposed ROE to 10.10% to moderate the overall revenue requirement, rebuttal revenue requirement, that is, did Piesco have to lower the rebuttal ROE request from 10.25% for the ROE, in addition to the increased cost to the long-term debt for the $1.2 billion bond issuance to 4.27%? Or otherwise, that would have resulted in a revenue requirement request that is higher than what Public Service noticed in this case, this rate case?
Objection, that calls for a legal conclusion about noticing requirements for the case.
You know, I think, Your Honor, if I could respond, it goes directly to the testimony that the company lowered its ROE to moderate the overall revenue requirement, and the testimony that the bond issuance came up in the rebuttal testimony, not the direct case, but in rebuttal. And I think we're entitled to investigate and ask questions regarding, would this have caused a noticing issue if the combination of a lower ROE along with this higher cost to long-term debt would have caused a notice issue?
Yeah, overruled. If you can restate your question for the witness, that'd be great.
Thank you. Regarding this testimony that Piesco lowered its proposed ROE to 10.10% to moderate the overall rebuttal revenue requirement, did Piesco have to lower the rebuttal ROE request because a 10.25% ROE, in addition to the increased cost of long-term debt for the $1.2 billion bond issuance to 4.27%, would have resulted in a revenue requirement request that is higher than what Piesco noticed for this rate case?
I can't speak to what we noticed because I'm not quite sure on the rules on that. I would say all things being considered equal, if there was no other changes, if we had kept the ROE at 10.25 and increased the cost of debt, the revenue requirements would have gone up from what we had previously requested.
Okay, thank you. And if we could turn to Mr. Berman's rebuttal testimony, it's hearing exhibit 124 at line 18 through page 9 at line 12. Here, Mr. Berman. I'll wait till the document gets pulled up. Sorry about that. Again, it is page 8, starting at line 19 through page 9 at line 12. So as you read this, here Mr. Berman discusses the fact that the updated cost of long-term debt to reflect the April 2024 bond issuance, along with updating the 2023 test year for actuals for the calendar year 2023, would have resulted in the company's rebuttal revenue requirement being somewhat higher than the as-filed case. Is that what you get out of that testimony?
That appears to be what it says.
Okay, so then just to summarize, the company would have had to renotice this rate case if Public Service had continued to support a 10.25% ROE, while also increasing the cost of long-term debt from 4.05% to 4.27%, and updating the test year for actuals for the calendar year 2023 in its rebuttal case. Is that right?
I'm going to object on multiple grounds that this both mischaracterizes Mr. Johnson's testimony. It is without, he has already indicated he does not have foundation to answer that question, and it calls for a legal conclusion about noticing requirements.
And I'll withdraw the question. I think the testimony speaks for itself. Thank you. Let's move on to a different topic. The financial market is expecting the Federal Reserve to cut interest rates during its September 17 and 18, 2024 meeting. Is that correct?
I think that is a fair assessment.
And if the Federal Reserve cuts interest rates during its September 17 and 18 meeting, as the market expects, then Piesco's cost of short-term debt will decrease. Is that right?
I would say that the market interest rates already reflect the expectation of what the Fed is going to do. So there probably will not be a material change in the interest rates.
Okay, you say a material change, but is it likely there would be some reduction in the cost of short-term debt?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Let's assume hypothetically that the commission authorizes Piesco's historical cost of short-term debt at a rate that is higher than what the market interest rates are. Would customer rates then be set higher than what they need to be for Piesco to recover its costs?
For that individual item, yes.
Is it equitable for ratepayers to pay for the added and new higher costs associated with the long-term debt issuance? And by that, I mean the $1.2 billion debt issuance, but to not receive the benefits that result from the new and lower costs associated with short-term debt if short-term debt is reduced after the Fed meeting?
Well, I mean, I think we'd have to look at what the short-term debt level is and what the short-term debt cost is. I mean, obviously, there's lots of costs that change within a rate case. Clearly, Piesco is not earning anywhere near its authorized return. So I don't know what that is. It sounds like single issue rate making in that regard.
Okay. In this rate case, you're proposing rates for short-term debt that are higher than the rates for your long-term debt. Is that correct?
The short-term debt costs that we have in this case reflect the historic test year for 2023.
Okay, and if we look at page 37 of your testimony in your table PAJ-R-5 on page 37.
I'm sorry, which testimony?
Rebuttal testimony, hearing exhibit 126. So when we're talking about the proposed rates for short-term debt being higher than long-term debt, this would be short-term debt at 4.81% as the cost of debt, and the cost of long-term debt at 4.27%. Is that right?
I think that the short-term debt was 5.81%, not 4.81%.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're correct. I misspoke. 5.81% for short-term debt. Just to clarify, right?
Yes, that was the cost in 23, and frankly, it's fairly consistent, been at that level for 24.
And historically and typically, long-term debt has a higher cost than short-term debt. Is that right?
Correct.
And is this what is known as a inverted yield curve, where short-term costs are higher than long-term debt costs?
Correct.
And assuming that the Federal Reserve lowers short-term interest rates during the September 17 and 18 meeting, do you believe short-term interest rates will go down? Or does that get back to our discussion a few minutes ago where you said it would be marginal?
I would say that the interest rates that are currently in the marketplace already reflect the expectation that the Fed is going to reduce rates. Reduce the federal funds rate.
Okay, just help me with this for a second. I'm scrolling to the top of your testimony, rebuttal testimony. It's dated August 15th, 2024. So you're saying as you wrote this testimony roughly 3 weeks ago, it was already factored in terms of long-term and short-term cost of debt?
I would say that the interest rates, every day the interest rates are changing and they're based on market expectations. So where they were 3 weeks ago is different than where they are now, and they will continue to change. I would say short-term debt funding continues to be elevated and continues to be above 5%. I don't know the exact rate for commercial paper at this point in time, but throughout this year, it's been 5.5, 5.6.
When you say 5.556, do you mean 5.5%, 5.6%?
Correct.
So that would be anywhere from 21 to 31 basis points less than what we're looking at here in your table on page 37.
Yes.
Okay, so if these short-term debt costs are not, if you will, they're outdated. Let's put it this way. If they're outdated and overstated, that would increase the costs that ratepayers pay for this cost of debt. Is that accurate?
Yes.
All right, let's go to a different topic now, and let's go to page 12 of your rebuttal testimony. That's same attachment or hearing exhibit here, 126, page 12. And here you begin to you're talking about your credit metric scenarios. And you state in your at lines 10 through 15 that in your direct and supplemental direct testimony, you addressed credit metric scenarios 1 through 5. And now in your rebuttal testimony, you've added scenarios 6 and 7 to reflect UCA and staff recommendations. And you've also adjusted scenario 2 to reflect a 10.10% ROE rather than the 10.25% ROE in your direct case. Is that right?
That is correct.
And if we flip to the top of the next page, 13, here's your table PAJ-R-1, and this reflects the 7 credit metric scenarios we just talked about, right?
Yes.
And looking at scenarios 1, 2, and 5, and specifically the 55% equity ratio that's used in scenarios 1, 2, and 5, is that roughly the actual equity ratio for all of public service? And by that, I mean gas, electric, and steam.
Correct. It's just me, but I can't hear anything.
I'm sorry, I just paused for a minute. I was looking at my notes, and I'm sorry, I had not asked a question.
Oh, that's fine.
If you give me just a moment here. If we could go to UCA's box account, and in particular, UCA hearing exhibit number 509. Yes, thank you. And this is Piesco's response and supplemental response to UCA discovery request 28-8.
Can you make it bigger, please? Thank you.
And includes the response here on page 1 and then the attachment UCA 28-8.A1. Do you see that? If you could scroll down, you should see some additional pages here. There we go. Okay. Let's go back to the first page. And you are the sponsor of this discovery response, correct?
That is correct.
I'd move to admit hearing exhibit 509.
Any objection, Ms. Brahma?
Well, we have a lot of objections in the actual discovery response, but in terms of admission, subject to those, no objection to the admission.
So admitted.
Okay, in UCA 28-8, and this is with regard to your rebuttal table, PAJ-R1. As you see in the top of the discovery request at the top of the page here. We asked
Could you scroll down so I could read the request again?
Scroll up, you mean?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. At the very top there in the first paragraph, here the UCA asked for another set of credit metric scenarios showing any proposed changes that only impact PSCo gas and do not impact PSCo electric. Is that right?
Yes, okay.
And in the second sentence there, UCA stated, if it makes the modeling simpler, Mr. Johnson can assume that PSCo electric is 75% of the company and PSCo gas is 25% of the company. Is that right?
Yes.
So now let's go to the supplemental response and near the bottom of the page there. And in the last 2 lines here, you say attachment UCA 28-8.A1, which simply isolates 25% of the credit metric resulting from the scenarios in Mr. Johnson's testimony. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
And thank you. And as you indicate, the attachment 28-8.A1, that takes your scenario from the tables, and it isolates 25% for public service, right?
Correct.
And your credit metric models, and I've moved to admit this already. Let's go back to your let's go back for a second to your rebuttal testimony. And on page 13, here are your 7 credit scenarios, right?
Correct.
And so the credit models in this rebuttal table, PAJ-R-1, assumes any changes made to the capital structure would be for both public service electric and public service gas, right?
That is correct.
And scenario 1, the no rate case filing scenario, that's public services current credit metric scenario and assumes no rate case has been filed, right?
Correct.
And is it correct that in public services last gas rate case in 2022, PSCo was authorized an equity ratio range of 52 to 55%, and public service chose an equity ratio of 53.78% to set rates and for reporting purposes?
That's not my understanding. We've managed the capital structure to 55 or better since that rate case.
Okay. All right. Let's look now at scenario 5. And here the company this is the company request with prior equity ratio / ROE scenario. And this assumes the continued use of the current 55% equity ratio and the current 9.2% ROE, but now includes increased debt percentages, right?
Okay, yes.
And is it correct that in scenario 2, the company's updated proposal approved 10.10% ROE scenario? This scenario 2 would reflect Public Service's rebuttal case advocacy.
Correct.
Okay. So I know I'm jumping around, but let's go to scenario 6, and this is the UCA's proposal. And it reflects using a 9.2% ROE, which is the same as the company's current ROE, as shown in scenarios 1 and 5, but with a 51.4% equity ratio and debt percentages that are lower than Piesco's current debt percentages in scenario 1. Is that right?
I believe so.
And with regard to scenario 6 and 7 and the UCA's and staff's respective credit metric proposals, you indicate on page 13 here, just below this table, lines 4 and 5, that the primary recommendations from Mr. Fernandez and Dr. Deepu have similar levels of credit impact to Public Service. Is that right?
That's correct.
And with regard to the similar levels of credit impact to Public Service statement, at page 13, lines 5 and 7, you comment, both result in cash from operations, pre-working capital to debt at approximately 18.5% in 2024 and 19.0% in 2025, right?
Correct.
And this is based on the percentages presented in the bottom 2 lines of table PAJ-R-1 under scenario 6 and 7, right?
Correct.
And at page 13 on lines 7 and 8, you comment, this would result in Public Service being below the downhole threshold in 2024 and at the downgrade threshold in 2025, correct?
Correct. Per Moody's.
Per Moody's, yes, we'll get there. And at lines 8 and 10, you say this would leave the company with, at best, minimal levels of financial cushion to withstand adverse unforeseen events, right?
That's correct.
And would you agree that your statement regarding minimal levels of financial cushion indicates Piesco would have some level of financial cushion even if the cash from operations pre-working capital to debt percentage is at approximately 18.5% for 2024 and 19% in 2025?
So it'd be under the threshold for 24 and at the threshold for 25.
Okay. And so if this is below the threshold, if the 18%, 18.5% in 2025 is what this shows, and then increases to 19% in 2025, and the commission's order in this case will be issued in the fourth quarter of 2024, is it correct that CFO to debt ratio below 19% would be for just one quarter, Q4 of 2024, and would not be a percentage below 19% on a sustained basis?
It would be for 24, it'd be below the threshold. For 25, it would be at the threshold. For 26, it would likely be below the threshold again, unless there's a rate case filing. The 25 number reflects the fact that you have additional revenue being implemented for the case and very minimal revenue levels in 24. That's why you see the increase in the FFO to debt or CFO to debt.
Yeah. So you cite Moody's, rather, you quote Moody's on lines 10 through 16. And you indicate the ratings could be downgraded if the utility generates metrics that are weaker than currently anticipated, specifically its CFO pre W/C to debt ratio stays below 19% on a sustained basis. Is that correct?
Correct. That is a direct report. That's essentially a quote from Moody's.
Yes. We'll get there in a minute. How would you define sustained basis? And by that, I mean at least 4 quarters or more?
Probably for a year or two.
A year or two, so 4 to 8 quarters.
Well, they don't, again, it's looked at more on an annual basis or a running 12-month basis.
So at least 1 year, 4 quarters, 12 months, right?
Well, again, Moody's will look at that and they'll make their own determination. I can't really speak for them. I'm taking the words that they put in the report. You can interpret sustained as how you see.
Okay. So if they're looking at this issue of a sustained basis, and you're indicating it would be 4 quarters, a year, is it correct that the CFO pre W/C to debt ratio below 19% for just Q4 2024 would not be a percentage below 19% on a sustained basis?
Again, that'd be open to Moody's interpretation. It's probably not a downgrade threshold. It probably does not result in a downgrade threshold. A downgrade, I should say.
Okay. So let's take a look at your attachment, which is the Moody's attachment PAJ 20. That would be attached to your rebuttal testimony. And I am pulling up my copy, so give me a moment as we're all trying to get there. Okay, let me ask you a question as Ms. Kunkel is trying to define this attachment, which is attachment PAJ 20. And let me, as we're talking about this, your quote stated in your rebuttal testimony, this quote is not the entire Moody's statement regarding factors that could lead to a credit rating downgrade for public service. Is that right?
There's many factors, correct.
All right. So, and with that regard, we're referring to your quote on lines 12 and 16 of your rebuttal testimony. So let's take a look at this PAJ 20. And on the first page, it indicates this Moody's credit opinion up in the top corner there. It's dated April 5th, 2024. Is that right?
Yes.
And so
Hey,
let's go to
Mr. Bunker, we probably
Yes.
only have about 5 more minutes today. I don't know how much you have left. I think you're 35 minutes into your hour. But we're going to wrap up a little before 4:40. So just giving you a heads up.
Okay, I appreciate that. I do not know if I'm going to be able to finish, but we'll go for the next 5 minutes and see what we can accomplish. All right.
Yep.
All right. Thank you. So when we turn to page 3, at the top of the page, the second item there in the blueprint is factors that could lead to a downgrade. You see that?
Yep.
And would you agree that in addition to your concerns about the CFO pre W/C to debt ratio that you talk about in your rebuttal testimony on page 13, the Moody's credit opinion cites at least 4 other factors that could lead to a credit rating downgrade for public service. Would you agree with that?
Correct.
Okay, so these other four factors, and as you read through the couple of sentences here, these other factors that could lead to a downgrade are a deterioration in the credit supportiveness of the Colorado regulatory environment, correct?
Correct.
The sentence that is after the 19%, and it starts with the word negative, it's about the middle of the third line. Negative momentum on ratings is also possible if the utility's exposure to wildfire risk is not adequately addressed with a new wildfire mitigation plan.
Correct.
Another one is a downgrade or a negative outlook could materialize if there is a finding of negligence against the utility. And this is with regard to the Marshall wildfire, right?
Correct.
And then the next potential downgrade factor is expect the liabilities associated with a Marshall wildfire to substantially exceed the $500 million of currently available insurance, right?
That is correct.
Okay. So let's go back to your rebuttal testimony. And at lines 13 through 17, you acknowledge that you cannot speak definitively on what actions the credit rating agencies would take. Is that right? Or will take?
Correct.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
That's correct.
Okay. And would you agree it would be speculative for you to speak definitively on what actions the ratings will take if the capital structures proposed by UCA and staff were approved?
I can't speak for the rating agencies. I'll tell you that when SPS, when the New Mexico Commission in August of 2018 lowered the equity ratio for New Mexico.
If I could interrupt you, my question was, would you agree it would be speculation on your part to speak definitively on what actions the rating agencies will take if the capital structure proposed by UCA or staff are approved?
I can't speak for them. That is fair.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Bunker, I think we better take a break and we'll resume tomorrow morning at 9. I know in the confidential session I was trying to move it to 8:30, but let's stick to 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Ms. Brahma, final thoughts before we break for the day?
Yeah, just to alert the commission and the parties at this time, we're going to need to push Ms. Bulkley into next Tuesday since we don't have a hearing day on Monday, and she has become unavailable tomorrow. So we'll continue with the rest of our witnesses, but just wanted to make that known at this time.
Okay. Anything else before we adjourn?
Nothing from the company. Thank you.
I'm just curious for Miss Brahma, when do you see Miss Gilliland going in the order?
Tomorrow, I think after Mr. Johnson is the likely next step.
Okay.
And we appreciate the patience. We've had several schedules we needed to accommodate, some unexpected.
No worries. We're all struggling with our schedules. All right, with that, and apologies to Mr. Bunker. We'll adjourn for the day, and you still got 20 minutes left on your allocated time, Mr. Bunker.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And thanks for the update on the minute count. I
Yeah,
appreciate that.
trying. All right, 9 a.m. tomorrow, everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.